from sap to strength in nature's art. Rubber forms a resilient part. From trees it flows through skillful hands, crafted strong for life's demands. It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown. Oh. 4 years of battles, a fight so near. Two foes collide, the end is clear. In shadows cast, they forge their plans. Now victory's within our hands. It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown. Triumphant apes, they rise and shine, ruling markets, a sign of the times. Bulls and bears, they step aside. In this kingdom now, the apes reside. It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown. Through the nights and days we fought this fight. With hearts of gold we reached new heights. Together we stand through thick and thin. In this game of life we always win.
Hello guys, good morning. Thank you for joining in. Starting the week, let's see how it's gonna go. Don't really have much for you today. Not a lot seems to have been going on. I didn't spot if there was any big news. Let's see this pogo stick on AMC. We had what, 102,118 shares traded on that 5-minute candle, and on GME we had sorry, I was looking in the wrong place. That's 43,956 shares. That was about half an hour ago when the pogo stick came in. I was trying to find out the max pain. However, the website that I was using seems to have stopped working, which is very strange. It looks like it's only gonna give me max pain for a few shares, but not everything. And yeah, it's not showing it to me for AMC and GME. It's looking at Tesla, QQQ, like Nvidia, SPY. Quite a few stocks here. in one of the submenus, but it will not let me look it up for AMC and GME, so I'm not sure if they're just not available yet, if the data's not there. I'll check a bit later, but that is a bit strange. Hey, then these diamond hands, huh? Or you mean you're buying diamonds? Morning throat yogurt. Yeah, so I'll need to disappear actually in a minute for a quick meeting. I'll try to return, but yeah, I'm basically around. I'll try to keep an eye on the chat, so if anything stops working or if you need any changes from my side, let me know and I'll try to look into it as fast as I can. Let's see if I look up here. Still nothing, yeah. Nothing on the Max Payne. Okay, so talk to you guys in a bit. Let's hope for an exciting day in the market for AMC and GME, huh? Okay. Toodaloo. have quite a nice move on AMC because they don't want us to buy some more shares today. Hey guys, morning, welcome in. Richard, nice to see that you're lowering your average. Just careful with well, basically raising awareness towards your position. You might get I don't know, shells or bots basically trying to scam you, or who knows what, to hack you. That's why with KC we had this limit that everyone had 10 shares and that's it. And then you would buy 10 more shares and still have 10. That was fun. Yeah, but Donkey Kong, average under 7. Now that's impressive. That's nice to see. Yeah. So AMC moved from, well, low of the day was earlier in the morning. It was 374. Now we're looking at 381. So that's a nice bump up. Still very low volume for right now. So. Donkey says that he buys when others cry. Well, I'm kind of using the same technique. I'm getting a dirty pleasure in seeing AMC going down usually because I'm trying to buy at those low prices. But yeah, now I'm crying because I'm not able to buy for a while. Actually related to that today. In a few hours I'll need to disappear for a bit. I'm going for a dentist visit. I need to drive to a neighboring city for that. So actually let me connect to Discord. Pirates there, I'll leave you in the hands of Easy Pirate. So if anybody wants to just actually add some voice, feel free to add in chat. I do have one more meeting later on that I will need to join, so I'll be disappearing again. But yeah, and also I'm not sure if Papa Mac wanted to start a stream or not, so if you will be available and willing to stream, then I might turn mine off, since we're gonna have his, and as you well know, his stream is a lot better looking. He has a lot more stuff on the screen for us to share, and he's a lot more available. Me, I'm kind of starting the stream and dealing with what life throws at me, so I'm not really here to able to just connect with you all day long. I wish I could, but unfortunately life doesn't go the way you always wanted to. So since I don't have any other topics and I don't have numbers for you, how was your guys' weekend? Anything interesting going on? Any nice snow? Oh damn, thanks for dropping like 8 people watching and 7 likes. That's that's a crazy ratio. Very low numbers, but still. Thanks a lot. Cry and buy at the same time, then. Oh. I mean, on one side, you always need to buy what you can afford to lose. Use the funds that you don't need in the near future, and, well, hoping that it doesn't, but if it goes to waste, then you're not gonna hate yourself for it. And secondly, the way I think about it is you're buying very cheap winning lottery tickets, so for me that would be tears of joys. Yeah, looking a bit over X to see if there's any news or anything, and well, there's an older post from Friday, I believe. But yeah, it's from X Market News, and it says, just in, the SEC admits that they're afraid of short squeezes. Then it says, while advising the SEC, Dr. Robert J. Shapiro stated that the SEC admitted of being scared of short squeezes. Why would the SEC be scared of a short squeeze? Are they trying to protect the big players and hedge funds? And then there's also a link to the source coming from Kristen Shaughnessy. I hope I'm pronouncing her name correctly. Yeah, it's quite a long one. I'll try to read as best I can. Hope I don't bore anyone. But it starts with saying, And I said, that's what you want when you have manipulation through the short sales. You want short squeezes. The SEC is afraid of short squeezes because guess who doesn't want that? Broker-dealers who have undue influence over financial regulators. Dr. Robert Shapiro told the SEC years ago that closing the enormous loopholes in the reg show would help stop the market manipulation. But here we are years later, and both political parties continue to protect the big players, the broker-dealers. We are left with a highly manipulated market that makes broker-dealers a lot of money, and in brackets, share lending anyone? And screws household investors. We haven't had a president yet in either party with the moral will to publicly call for a crackdown on market manipulation and force regulators to follow through. Whether that changes with the incoming administration remains to be seen. Every trade has to be settled eventually. You can only kick the can for so long before markets collapse, and this can has been kicked for decades. And now there's a part from Dr. Shapiro with quotes, I was advising the SEC when they were writing Reg Show. I was in a big meeting with them and I said, you know your draft has normal loopholes and it's not going to work. And I gave them some suggestions. They said, that'll destabilize the markets. And I said, how? And he said, because it'll cause short squeezes. And I said, that's what you want when you have manipulation through short sales. You want short squeezes. But that is not part of the DNA of almost any large regulatory agency, whose first law is maintaining themselves. That's true of every bureaucracy, true of every corporations. Their second law is when they say, don't destabilize the markets, what they are saying is, don't make trouble for the major players. End of quote. And there's a short video with David Lauer talking with Robert Shapiro. I would need to configure some things in Streamlabs to be able to stream this for you to hear it, but I'll try to share this in chat just in case anybody wants to have a look at it separately. I see like a screenshot from, well, Moas or Dai on X. Not sure if he's asking this to. I'm assuming this is asking Grok, which is the X AI. But the question was, how many news headlines said bad things about AMC Entertainment? The answer was 5,000. And then the follow-up, is this the last 4 year or this year? The answer is, the information available refers to over 5,000 articles written about AMC Entertainment in the last 365 days, which corresponds to this year. So we had over 5,000 articles negative about AMC in the last year. That's insane. That's insane. Like, I'm curious about all the other stocks that went, like companies that went bankrupt. Do you think there were that many stories out there, that many news? It's just insane, the manipulation that they're pushing. And just in case you're feeling down a bit, or Vin, like you were saying, you're crying, this should only make you more trustworthy in your choice. Because if a company were to go bankrupt, right, or this was something that they can drive down or short to bankruptcy, they wouldn't need to advertise you, right? Because they're gonna make money anyway. Like, they wouldn't need to try to scare you out of a position. And basically, imagine if you had the certainty that the company will go bankrupt and people are still buying it, the more they buy it, the more you can also short it. As long as you're convinced that the stock will go to zero, that's like, the more people buy it, the longer it takes for it to go to zero. So the more you can short, so the more money you can make when that stock goes to zero, and you don't have to return any of the stock that you basically loaned and sold in the market. Yeah. I hope it works the same way for you, but this does reinforce my conviction in AMC, and yeah, it's just a matter of time now. It's a matter of when will they not be able to kick the can down the road anymore. Magnet bees, you're trying to brag. Haven't checked in a while, but yeah, in my opinion, my average should be below $5 at this point. Well, nobody asked you, okay? That's a nice average to have. Now that we're hovering around $4 to be $5 average, that's very good. Beans, and that's a very good position to be in when you can increase your stock position at these levels. Okay, Let's see what is the market looking like. A few of the stocks, because it looks like we're drowning in red, apart from HYMC, at least from the stock that we have here. So what do we have here? Oh, hey, the updates. Morning. Good. Yeah, still alive, still kicking. Nice. Here we're still covered in snow. It was snowing for the, let's say, past 2 days. Not very thick level, like layer of snow. I don't know, let's say probably 5 inches of snow. It's too clouded for that. I mean, it's still white and bright, but there's no sun, so. Oh yeah. But yeah, I was just about to go over the numbers, and it's a bit crazy what's happening. So we have Nvidia down 3%. What's the Citigroup? I think down 2.54%. Goldman Sachs down -3.45. HYMC is the only one that's up in my list here, 1.45% up. Shouldn't have clicked there, but anyway, let's finish this. Molden down -33%. That's crazy. I know they were in trouble, but yeah. Apple down -2.4%. Google 1.14% down. IXIC down 1.6%. We have AMC with 3.8% down. GME 1.97%, almost 2% down. Bitcoin almost 4% down. Cardano, what I'm looking at, also down 5.6%, and gold almost flat at -0.07%. Yeah, it's a bloody Monday. Now the thing is this what the market makers want, as to show, let's say, the week where I'm assuming Trump is being instated, be like a very bloody week, maybe. Or actually no, that's going to be more like next Monday, right? Yeah. Almost everything is red. Very curious how it's going to go. Anyone? No, that's quite high. Yeah, magnet fees. Looks like the crypto's getting drained. And here's where all those people who are just jumping headfirst into probably options, leveraged options, are getting completely wiped out. So, see, currently AMC is slightly going down. 360, 377, it was 376 just a moment ago. GME 3159. I don't know about you guys, but I'm excited because I know when we're gonna squeeze, when we're gonna have any actual movement on AMC and GME, the market's gonna be red. Collateral is gonna be drained out of everywhere. So yeah. Oh yes, probably it will be. So a few days back, Nvidia was sitting at I think $153 a share, and now it's at 130. Well, actually 130.10 cents basically. The low of the day after market was 130.01. So looks like I don't know if either the VCs and hedges that are heavily invested in Nvidia can't hold it there anymore, or they just use the whatever news they had at the time to drain out as much liquidity as they could. But then that makes me wonder, where is that liquidity going? We don't see it in the market. I see Twisty Swifty can't hear my soft-spoken voice with the music. No idea what you said there. I don't know, it's like, is it for everyone the same? Like, let me turn down the music some more. Now it's at like 25%, the music. I can't hear it anymore. I can't hear the music at all on my side. So let's see. Magnet bees. I think it was time to drain. They were waiting for more buying on retail side, but probably tried out. Yeah. Oh, yes. I don't know what happened with GME, but we just saw the top wick of this current candle at 32.59, right? Split moment. What? I don't know if that's some volume from last week, or the volume is like 905 shares currently on this current candle. Yeah, that's a very strange candle. Is that like? Let's see, is that might. I wouldn't be surprised if that was an order that was placed in close to the end of the day, and that was pocketed somewhere, and only now it was implemented at that price. So basically, if that's what happened, they didn't want that order, and still, like, the volume was, as I said, it was 905 shares, I think, at the moment when we checked it. So it's not like it would have had that drastic of an impact. So what I'm thinking is, if they need to basically hide such small shares, then things must be very bad for them. I don't know, just it's just assumptions at this point, but yeah, that's very strange where this came from. Not sure if we can have like an order book here. Be nice if we could see an order book and see the actual order. Well, I doubt anyone wants us to see those in-depth details. Good morning, BNS. Hope you had a great weekend as well. He's saying still in the beginning of the crypto bull run, Magnet Bees. Howdy, Johnson B Streets. Yeah, BNS, we all love a discount. Well, I love it even more when I have some powder. But yeah, I'm happy that our friends apes can get some more winning lottery tickets at these prices. Yeah, no problem, Johnson B Streets. Like, happy to help. Thing is, with basically each day that they keep us at these prices, and even lower, that's the thing, because they keep on giving us discounts, that's more of the shares that they'll need to buy back. It's just crazy, because it's you know, the people think that kicking the can down the road, meaning maintaining things as they are. No, they're just digging a bigger hole. It's a bigger hole every day. It's more and more like it's going to be harder and harder for them to get out. And that means that spring, it's getting squeezed so much tighter that when we do go, you basically don't want to reach for the moon, because you're going to smash so hard into the moon that it's going to hurt when you see the price probably go up so much higher. It's crazy. Almost 4 years of well, I mean, there were some small reliefs, but like over 3 years of pressure that's adding and adding and adding up. It's gonna be insane. I'm pretty sure in any dark rooms where they're discussing this, when the new politicians comes in and wants to fix things, someone always probably shows up and is like, hey, you know what happens if you let this play out. The whole economy is, who knows, they're probably threatening that who knows what's going to happen. So it's basically threatening that you either let us play this dirty game of ours the way we play it, or we're going to destroy everything for everyone. I mean, there's no way of knowing, but I think that that's what's happening. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I have to jump into a meeting in 5 minutes as well, and so catch you later. CS, yeah. Let's say BNS says real opinions here. There's tons of speculation out there. Will GME make a large move this week? A gamma, 40%, anything? Lots of people speculating. Well, as we enter in the last 5 minutes before market open, no dates, guys. 2 weeks. Always 2 weeks, right? Because if you're expecting dates or expecting prices, you're just setting up yourself for disappointment. So, yeah, you do you. There is no way to control, people's feelings, emotions, thoughts. But for me, the only thing I'm thinking of is, well, I hope this lasts long enough that I can get back to the point of being able to buy some more, especially at these prices. So, of course, I want to squeeze, but not all of us can be, Richards to have such nice positions. So, yeah, I do hope to be able to get some more lottery tickets. Hello, UPS delivery guy. Happy Monday, my man. Good. Towards the end of the workday here for me. But yeah, dealing with a bit of Sorry? Yeah. I was a bit more eager, I guess, to start mine. Yeah, I mean, we had a lot of snow, so a lot of shoveling snow as well as having fun with the kids and the pet dog. But yeah, dealing also with a bit of tooth pain, so that's why I'm going to disappear in a few hours for a dentist visit. Okay. Well, at least if you had some to enjoy, that's nice. Let's see, we have Pedro in chat, but let's effing go. I fully agree. Buy and hold ape. I get a raise in May. AMC tickets will be bought, so I hope you'll have your chance to get some more tickets, my man. I do hope so. Johnson B Streets, morning BNS. I hope you're not iced in today. Lansing Jackson, skatering. Okay, that's probably some pop knowledge that I'm not aware of. Hi, Mike Claypool. Welcome. Ready to drop if it drops to, ready to buy if it drops to 370 a share. Well, hope you get your fill in at whatever price. If you're gonna be looking at the AMC at thousands, tens, hundreds of thousands, or who knows what price, are you gonna be really thinking, well, I wish I would have bought at 365 instead of 377 or whatever. And I know, I get your logic, because I'm usually the same. The lower it goes, the more shares you can buy. And probably you have also a position already in place, so yeah. But happy to see that you're able to, but most of you, all of you are able to increase your positions. Looks like we have a bit of a dump on AMC. They're trying to scare us some more. 375, so Mike Claypool, keep an eye out. BNS. I was dealing with that during Halloween Preacher. I wound up getting a root canal and instantly felt better. Hope you get better soon. Toothaches are a nightmare. Continued out in Ann Arbor, Johnson. Not I see it, but they surprisingly did a good job on the roads. That's good. It always sucks when it snows and the roads are full of snow and ice. Okay, so guys, happy market open. I will need to turn off the microphone to jump into a work meeting, so talk to you in a bit. And by the way, Discord will stay open, so whoever is in Discord, feel free to chat with the chat. You're still going through, so they can hear you. Okay, I'm back for now. Done with the work meeting. I saw you guys talking about DJT. It looks like it's cooling down a bit, so I'm gonna switch back to GME. But yeah, if you see any more activity, let me know. I can always switch back. Might be an interesting catalyst if a stock that's related to Trump is gonna squeeze or move up, then maybe that's gonna lead to other action in the markets. Morning, Pirate. Morning, everybody else. Pirate, I'm in the Discord. I'm muted, but basically, if anybody goes to Discord, your voice should be going through on stream. So even if I'm not around, you can still talk to the chat on Discord. Looks like we're getting a bit hammered. So AMC at 361. So yeah, we're really getting pushed down. I think this usually means that in the rest of the day we're gonna be seeing a move up from AMC, but a move up to probably close similar to where we opened. Mike Claypool, I hope you managed to get your order in, maybe even lower than the target you were aiming for. I think it was, you mentioned 370, so yeah. This looks like a really nice discount for anyone who's interested in some more AMC. I think I missed some things, but I see Pro Jeweler asking, is Bruce Dickinson on that tour? Not sure who that is, to be honest. So, or if it's an inside joke, yeah, I definitely don't know about it. Hey, Pirate. Well, apart from the price movement, I don't think so. No, we lost Pirate. Hope all is good with him. Just yeah, looking at a few things for work, so unfortunately I'll be distracted. Hey, Quack Quack. Good morning. So the Donkey Kong said, watch some guy call out for 360 for AMC a couple days ago. I thought he was full of shit. And then followed up. He's not a hater, just a TA guy, technical analysis TA, not tits and ass. Yeah. Mike looks okay, so Mike got it at 369. Well, once it's gonna go past a few $100s or and higher, I think you're gonna forget about this. That you didn't catch the lowest price. Nice. Good morning, Corporal. Wait, so I wasn't looking. I just had a look on X. I didn't see anything in the few minutes that I was checking because I'm basically between meetings at work. But yeah, I haven't seen anything. Let's see, Donkey Kong, Jane Johnson Streets. I heard Mel Gibson talking about the effects on Hollywood. He seems to think fires will not have a big effect because most movie making happens outside of Hollywood now. Okay. MSTR purchases another 2,530 Bitcoin. Yeah, and I've actually seen a chart where Sailor was buying Bitcoin. I think he's been buying at all points and on the way up. And what I've noticed, well, it's a very macro trend, but what I've noticed is that he's buying basically at any price, except for when it dips. When it dips, he's kind of waiting to see where the price regulates, and then he starts buying again. But yeah, he's always been buying at low prices and at high prices, and that's what's dollar cost averaging. You're not going to catch the bottoms, you're not going to catch the highs, but if you buy regularly, you're going to have a decent average risk, let's say. Because most people, I guess it's the same with stocks as with crypto. If it's going down, people are like, oh, it's going down, I'm not buying this, I don't know when it's going to stop, whatever. And then it rebounds and goes up. It's like, oh, I need to FOMO in, right? And that's actually you're buying in close to the top. So that's why dollar cost averaging, at least with crypto, from what I found, is it's a decent strategy to have. Real rugged. Like, well, shit, I picked up another 10 AMC. Sorry to hear that, Real rugged. I know everybody wants to have more, but 10 is better than nothing. Just joking. It's good to see that you guys are taking care of your positions. $359 on AMC. Now that's a nice price. By the way, I didn't. I don't know. Because I got distracted by something I was reading at work. Did Pirate say anything? Like something happened, or he just disappeared? I don't know. Mm. The Donkey Kong said, I buy as much as I can as long as my wife doesn't find out how red I am. Well, you can just tell her red is positive, red's a good thing. Welcome back, Pirate. Everything okay? Okay. Now you can pop a gummy and relax, huh? Mm. Yeah. Yeah, so I just finished with my workday. It's getting pitch dark outside, so time zones are still funny for me. Let me check. No, Discord is not muted. Okay, but I don't see any sound coming through. Wait, say something, Pirate. Pirate, do you hear me? Yeah, it's not picking it up. Okay, give me a moment. Why doesn't it want to go? It's not muted, it's not... That's very strange. Wait, why are there... Okay, that's weird. There were two options. Can you try it now, Pirate? Can you say something?
Something,
Yeah.
something,
No,
and
it should
something, something.
I don't know.
There we
Streamlabs is
go.
acting up a bit. Like, it's you know, it's still helping us in getting the stream going, but yeah, it's like it's a bit finicky. Damn, Pro Jeweler got a fill at 358. Damn you. You and your low prices. Hey, John Hannaford, what? I don't know what happened there. So I'm trying to read through the chat now, and I'm not sure what's the discussion about. Like some trading scripts, charts. Papa Max asking, let me know how you muted only pirate. I've been working on that for months. Nice one. What did you do to Papa Mac pirate? Huh?
I'll put him a little love note in there, a little greeting.
Mm-hmm.
Look, nobody's going to steal my sunshine this morning because if with the flip of a coin, if it had gone the other way, I'd be out there right now shoveling rocks out of one garbage can into another. Nothing like handling the same shit twice. So today is a complete victory for me. There's nothing can happen going forward that can ruin this day for me.
Fingers crossed.
I beg your pardon. I haven't had a chance to read X this morning or see the mainstream media. Are the fires still raging in California, or have they had a pullback on? Is there any news on that front? I've been kind of obsessed with it here lately because it's such a big event.
Yeah, I wasn't following that, sorry. And yeah, I see that John Hannaford answered, so he said, yeah, I was building a system and I thought people would be interested. The output is in Papa Mac's trading view section. It was all about spotting tickers that are approaching strong support, in real time. So
they may be interested in it, John Hannaford. They may have already read up on it. I've learned it a lot of times. I post stuff, photos, pictures, or whatever, and find out later on that everyone enjoyed it a great deal. So I wouldn't necessarily assume that nobody paid attention to it, but he says, never mind. I remember KC saying, if you build it, they will come. Yeah, you have no idea, John. They may have looked at it and took a great deal of interest in it. They just didn't send you a box of chocolates or flowers or anything.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, if anybody's interested and you're already on Papa Mac's server, you can check out the trading view charting. Yeah, I'm looking at it now at inputs. If you don't have access to it, Papa Mac's in the chat, or was, so I'm assuming he's still around. You can ask him for an invite on Discord, and you can get access to this. Now, well, on my side, similar to Casey, I would want to keep this, AMC GME related as much as possible on one hand, and on the other hand, since I kind of have to disappear most of the day because of different errands and things that I need to do. Yeah, I don't want to start streaming things and just to basically step away on a moment's notice and like not finish on ideas or thoughts or things I'm reading through. So yeah. You like chocks and flowers, huh, John? Yeah, and well, at least for me, and everybody here is different. We're talking about different apes coming from different parts of life, but for me, anything I can afford to invest, it's in AMC, very small amount in GME. So even though I fully, would maybe trust in you with the trading, I don't think that any specific trade is going to give me the type of money that AMC will when it squeezes. So
yep.
Yeah, but for the people that just don't have the patience and want to do some, maybe even trading on the side to make some profits, to put it into AMC, yeah, it might be useful. So again, anyone who wants to have a look, it's in Papa Max server, trading view chart. So it's the first channel, channel as you look up at the Discord. And as I said, if you want access to the Papa Mac server, just drop an ask here to Papa Mac, and I'm sure he will send you an invite.
I've made no secret of the fact that I'm not a lover of the stock market as a general rule, but I know it seems lately here, if I was going to do anything on the side, I'd be shorting the shit out of some stuff. These insurance companies have got to take a hit off of these fires and hurricanes. I find it hard to believe that I wouldn't even be surprised to see some insurance companies maybe go under, but
Pirates. So
I would think.
About the insurance companies, they all got dropped last year. That's what. So California, basically, all most of those homes up there don't even have fire coverage. The insurance companies are not going to take a hit.
Well, I don't know that it was all. I don't think the entire. Yeah.
Most of them. So
I know some people had their coverage canceled, or some renewals. Some of those that they refuse to renew them if the house burns before their current policy runs out. The insurance company's on the hook. But even that, I just think that the insurance companies might be in a little bit of trouble. We'll see. Yeah.
Like our insurance company.
Mrs. Pirate said if they have a mortgage, they have insurance, and I've said that many times. Just because they didn't get it through State Farm, they had insurance. Even if the bank put insurance on it for them. I've gone on Twitter several times of this because it ties into my knowledge of real estate. There's no such thing as a home mortgage with no insurance. Bankers won't loan you $300,000 and let the house burn down so you can walk away. If nothing else, they're going to make you have insurance to protect them, which is what they do. And if you refuse to provide it, they do one for you. I promise you, it's in the fine print of every mortgage that's ever been loaned. It's real simple. If somebody borrows $1 million for a house and the house burns down, they're not out the $1 million. The banker's out. And there's no banker in America that's going to take on $1 million risk so that if something like this happens, the bank loses. They're too smart for that. They don't originate mortgages that allow you to have the loan without insurance. It just doesn't exist. Now, they may have canceled people's policies because they were $2,000 a month and they wanted $4,000 a month. And people said, well, fuck you, I'm not paying $4,000 a month. So they refuse to renew. But when they do that, the banker puts his own insurance on it. And it may be $6,000 a month. And they tag it onto the end of your loan. John Hannaford, I'm using the same voice I use every day for 58 years. I have no control whatsoever on the volumes.
What's happening with the volumes? Let me see.
He said, shh, inside voice pirate, implying that I'm screaming and hollering. I'm not. I'm using the same voice
I have
for 50 years.
I have it turned up a bit. I don't know, maybe at some point I couldn't hear or something, but yeah. Maybe now it's going to be a bit better. So, don't take it, Pirate, don't take it on John. John, don't take it on Pirate. It's me.
No, I don't understand how all this works.
Yeah. No, it's okay. You know, I prefer to turn people's volume in Discord a bit louder rather than hearing the music. You know, just to hear conversation. But yeah. By the way, I'm not sure if this is correct because the website that I'm using for Max Payne is acting up from time to time, but it's showing me Max Payne on AMC is currently at $5 for this Friday. So would be interesting if that's true. I'm trying to get it to show me GME, but it doesn't really want to show it yet. I don't know, something's not loading properly on this website. But the thing is, the first time I actually tried to put in AMC, it was showing me Max Payne at $590, so it probably didn't load properly, or it was showing me for a different ticker, but yeah, it was showing me $590 Max Payne. Okay, now
that's
I see that's the Max Payne for Spy, so it was basically, it was showing me AMC, but it didn't refresh the chart, so it was still showing me Spy.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Hey, real rugged.
Good morning. Man, you know what's weird is like Discord's mobile app. I'm not sure if anybody else is experiencing this, but at least those of us who come back and are using our mobile apps, or either on an iPad or on an iPhone, or I'm not sure if it's doing it on Android. But it's like when you first joined the Discord voice channel, like I just did, I just point out that when you try to hit, like, because normally it'll put you into regular voice mode, but you try to tap the speaker icon to put it into speaker mode, and it just doesn't work at all. For I don't know, is this? I've just noticed certain, and I finally broke down and got a new iPhone, but I've just noticed certain apps on the iPhone. I just get a little dorky here, but certain apps that are just not being unresponsive to touch of the button. Just so sometimes you just kind of have to like move off the screen, come back to it, or suppress the voice channel in Discord and then pull it back up. It's just a weird toggle thing. But anyways.
Yeah, found the same, and what I found for me, that the only thing that works with some apps is that I need to force shut them down. So the way I do it is, let's say Discord's not responding, right? So I'm closing the app, so, you know, going into where I see all the apps, swipe up to close the app, but it's still, like, sometimes I can still hear it. So the way you do it is you go back to your screen where you have the app, press and hold on it, and then you have like some options around it to uninstall, to delete, whatever, but you have an eye surrounded by a circle. And if you press on that eye surrounded by the circle, it will take you to the app info, and in there you have force stop. And force stop is like a task manager in Windows. It just kills the application, like kills the process basically. That's a
Okay.
full stop of the app, and then the next time you reopen it, it reopens it fresh.
And is this, you're saying this is an iOS or just Mac OS?
That's Android, sorry. So
Oh, Android? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so
Huh.
yeah, then the thing is, Android has this issue as well from time to time. So I don't know how you do it on iOS, but
Well, yeah, it's basically you just swipe up on the app, closes it. But I was going to mention to Pirate and anyone else, like, looks like the AC or the the HVAC system is down again upstairs, so the central heating is down again. So I'm going to go up and check, see, because last time they came here, it was a fuse on the control board. So I'm going to go up and see if we got another blown fuse. Fun time.
yeah. Well, you do what you gotta do. By the way, Morning
Yeah.
Highway Frog, see, he joined us in chat.
Asphalt amphibian.
Yeah, yeah. By the way, it finally gave me the max pain for GME, so it's GME apparently has max pain at $24 for this Friday the 17th. So we're probably, if we're gonna continue the same way, we're gonna close above max pain again. But yeah, I'm curious if we're gonna get close to max pain on AMC, because that's $5 for Friday. So basically, if you buy it today, you get, what's that, like a third of a price improvement in 1 week, from 360 to 5 with go.
Well, yeah, we saw this, even before. If you recall that there was that interesting dip that took place after the June or the January 2021 run up, and then it came down, and then it acted very bullish for a bit. Then it really dropped again before it ran up aggressively again. So I don't know. For me, it's like when you see this sort of drop, sometimes it's a good sign. I mean, we heard last week that the short interest is up quite a bit. So, the more we keep buying shares that are out there, something's happening right now. Obviously, when the price is dropping, I don't think when we see AMC's price dropping, I don't typically think like it's a sign of selling. I think it's almost all pure shorting, pretty much, in my opinion. It's my opinion. Because why would somebody? Why would the bulk? I don't think people would be selling from, what would take the typical AMC shareholder would not be saying, coming from Friday to Monday, price dropped 20 cents, I'm going to sell now. Nobody. I don't think anybody who's a true AMC holder is selling. I don't think anybody is.
By the way,
So-
does anyone know what's the indicator name? That's the thing I forgot, but it shows you basically how much people are selling or buying the actual stock.
Buy, sell, or there's accumulation. So OBV is just volume only, but accumulation and I think it's ACCM. You're on Webull, let me think, because it's tell you what I got. Accumulation distribution.
Yeah, no, I think it's OBV that I'm thinking of.
Well, OBV is going to be only volume. It's not going to be it's not going to break. It's not broken down to buying and selling specifically. Checks here. Now if I go
Drum please.
yes. Thank you for that. I like that.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning,
How's
y'all.
it,
Yeah, morning.
how's it going?
Good morning, lovely people.
You're good morning. If you use the volume analysis tab on there's if you're within Webull, they're referred to as widgets, I guess. There's a volume analysis that'll show you at each price point what you see. They'll show you on the bar, red and green of what people are doing at each of those price points. So I think a lot of
Very
people
said it's called order flow distributions.
okay, yeah. I am seeing a little volume coming in right now. Order flow distribution is. Let's see if there's a indicator for that. Whack. Let's see.
Now why?
Sorry. Order. I think they alphabetize these damn things. Net. There. I'm trying to look for an equivalent indicator on Webull. Now DMI. Under technical indicators, DMI does it plots a positive plus DI line measuring buying pressure and a negative DI line measuring selling pressure. The DMI pattern is bullish as long as the plus DI line is above minus DI line. I'm not sure if it's going to necessarily break it down by. Funny that there's a BBW, but Bollinger bandwidth, but it's not what we're looking for here. There are some cool indicators here. What I will say is, Mr. Hannaford is a wealth of knowledge on these indicators. He knows how to customize them and do. Some really advanced functions as far as analyzing optimal entry points and exit points. But if we're looking for something, I don't know if Hannaford uses Webull specifically. I'm not sure, but
Yeah. Like anyway, I'm not doing technical analysis. I was just.
yeah, I hear you, man.
I think I saw from time to time people were showing an indicator that was kind of showing us if people were selling or not. So it was showing, the price doesn't really matter because there's not a lot of shares exchanging hands or people selling out of their positions. But yeah, I don't know how to get that into display it. So.
get a momentum indicator, but momentum can go positive or negative.
Okay, gents, so I'll need to go and check what's happening around the house, take the popper for a walk, and need to start getting ready for my dentist visit.
Shit. Hate.
Sorry, you're breaking up. I don't know if it's just for me or not, but
Oh, I'm breaking up for you
Yeah.
a little bit.
Yeah.
Sorry.
well, you were saying you don't like dentists or something else?
Oh, I like the purpose that dentists have. I can't. I don't necessarily like people digging in my mouth.
Yeah.
But I do. I like the purpose that it served. So we'd be kind of screwed without having people willing to do that. I suppose comes back to my.
I'm not going there out of pleasure.
Yeah, I mean, you could
Yeah.
potentially take a Xanax or something. Like you can even. I sometimes, I'll preemptively just put on my puss, and I'll just take a couple of
Puss.
I'll take a couple of ibuprofen before I go in, just to take a little pain edge off. It's not much, but if you're just feeling a little sensitive, but
I don't know if I have a feeling for most people the dentist is just the expectation of pain that's causing it. So you're like sitting in that chair and you're expecting to feel pain, so that's why they're like on the edge most of the time.
Yeah. I mean, depending on your situation, right, and what you're there.
Yeah, of course.
If you're just there for a cleaning, and then the poke and score your gums, which is whatever, and then you leave there and you're like, boy, I gotta floss more. Boy, I gotta.
Yeah.
It's
for me, it's always been a thing of, well, doesn't matter if it hurts, it just has to be done, and that's it. Just.
That's Yucca's kind of the same way, but yeah, but
Is so. I guess we're still having that problem with the volume, huh?
a low volume, flow.
No volume as in audio. All the visitors are super loud.
Oh yeah, well, Preacher's soft. He's I think. Quite frankly, if I may say, I think Preacher could probably crank his volume up in either Streamlabs. I think he has his own.
It's
his own channel
as it goes. So.
Okay. Yeah. But I guess Preacher's always just been always a little lower volume. I don't know if it's the nature of the.
Are you saying he's seducing?
Oh well.
Crowd. He's always seducing us.
That's true. I can't help what the women are doing on the subwoofers listening to Preacher.
Yeah.
That's we try to let them experience that.
Damn it. Huh. How many women are listening right now?
Well,
whatever it is divided by 0. Get the answer.
Women. We want women, not lady boys, please.
Oh, true women.
True women.
All right. Well, pretty sure you understand. Like, you have to
Do your stuff.
do your thing.
Yeah. You gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah. Costs dropping below $7. Everything little. Sometimes I kind of like it when the price drops a little bit like this because it does. It gets that little rage buying coming in. I like that. People go, all right, you're gonna drop the price on me. Okay, I'm gonna buy some more.
Oh, that's
I did that this morning.
Macho Man Savage.
That's
Is
it.
that
Oh
what
no,
that is?
that more like this. Yeah, that would be a little bit more. Yeah, with a cup of coffee at the big time.
Snap into the, what is it, the beef jerky commercial he used to have?
Slim Jim.
Slim Jim. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I try to spare Pirate of that because he shared his memories of and Macho Man came out and
Oh.
all the people didn't. He was constant, so I try to be sensitive to that.
I mean, that's like, what was it? Him and Hulk Hogan, right?
Hogan, yeah. I mean, those are
the big fights between him and.
Yeah, I would get when I was a kid, I would get pay-per-view and watch Royal Rumble and Tag, all those WrestleMania, SummerSlam.
My brother he wanted to become a wrestler. He used to go to those events, and then he finds out that they're fake. Devastated. He was devastated.
Yeah.
Some people fake it. Some people. It's just. I guess it's an act, right? It's like a whole movie. It's like a whole skit.
I mean, you're still doing a lot of acrobatic stuff that it's still like a high risk.
Because you're flipping.
I mean, and if you look at like Jake Snake Roberts, had that guitar bashed on him and messed him up pretty good. If you don't do it just right, you
hit the wrong bone.
Yeah.
Ooh, you might. Yeah.
Damn, True Social Donald Trump stock's up 14.5%.
It's good, man. His arrival is around the corner.
Yep, 7 days to inauguration.
Right. They've managed to put out the fires. They're gonna start rebuilding.
You know what? I was watching this morning. I was watching all the compilations of all the people on left media talking about he'll never make it to office, and this was some of it going back to before the first term. But it's just kind of funny that everybody was so sure, so certain, and then again you'd look back at that press it was that press dinner back in, I don't know, 2011 or 2012 or something like that. He was just, when he was being roasted, you have to be careful. You never really, you have to be careful. Some people are, if you publicly insult somebody like him, there's a high level of determination that can come back and bite you in the ass.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So,
people are quitting left and right, resigning. They're like, oh shit, he's coming. He won.
I saw a statistic today on where they said there's a record number of actual CEOs resigned. I just think it's just age probably, but 1,800 CEOs resigned this in 2024. I'm not sure if it's 1,800. I don't think it's 1,800 necessarily publicly traded companies, but
in general,
yeah.
they left the state.
Well, I don't know if they left. They left the company they were CEO with. Another interesting stat is that just as these are just random. I guess Naples, Florida, is home to the largest concentration of former CEOs. They tend to call Naples, Florida, their home. After at least that's what if you want to cross check that anyway. That's what I read. There's a lot of old stat, but yeah.
I see. You see
Do
that?
you have a nice weekend? Yeah.
I did. Saturday, I, you know, I think I spoke about this publicly with my daughter. How how girls are. They think they're not pretty and this and that.
Yeah.
So again, she's going through that, and then she started doing stuff to herself, and I'm like, what? I got upset, and then I got emotional, and then I cried in front of her, just to let her know that I care, like and I'm like, I spent too much time at work. We bought a cart. What are those assembly? Small little cart. You assemble. They come in like millions of pieces. What are they called? Like they have a name for it. A car, like a little toy car.
Yeah, like Legos or a model.
Yeah, model car, right? Like, and she chose one a while back, and we just never got time to assemble it. And now this weekend, this Saturday, I say, you know what? We're gonna come to the shop. We're gonna do it together. We're gonna get started. So we got a lot done. We painted the car. Well, I painted it, and then she helped me glue it. And we were just hanging out, and she was having fun. I felt like, she wasn't having fun, but she was, and we went to get something to eat. So I spent some more actual quality time.
Good.
So that's my weekend. And then the fires, and yesterday, there's a homeless city behind my shop, like behind the building. Somebody decided to barbecue. One of the homeless guys.
Yeah.
They burned the whole the whole city went down in flames. I thought it was my shop. I was like driving down the street. I was like, oh no. And it was behind the shop where they had that homeless encampment. We're talking about a city, like people were building already, like little houses with pieces of like wood doors that they found.
Really?
Man, I should have gone up there and taken a picture, but you can see it when I'm driving. It's like a whole little city. Like obviously they're not paying taxes, they're just living there, and that went up in flames. There was like maybe about, I want to 7 to 8 little houses, just
little homeless encampment.
Yeah, like pieced together with like we're talking about, like you can see the wood. Maybe I can still go up there. They were digging.
Yeah, they use old pallets and wood they steal from construction sites to try to build some sort of little cabin.
Yeah, that went up in flames. And so that happened yesterday. And then what else did I do? I went to DJ downtown LA at a little bar. They had some good food there. Just,
How's the air quality though?
It's not bad. I don't. It doesn't hurt my lungs or anything. But the first day that the first day of the fire, I couldn't go outside. It was burning. You can't. Yeah. You can't take a breath. It, like even a little bit, it would just burn your throat. Like it just. But then they said the air quality is bad, but I don't feel it. It's cold. It's really cold right now. Well, for me, I know it's not cold for others. It feels like 50 down here, but air quality is good for me down up here in the valley. But maybe it's not that great where the fires, closer to the fires. But we got that guy saying, speaking the truth of why the fires were going on, because of all the gay people in California.
Right. Well, yeah.
Man. But that's about it, man. That's my.
What did you use to set the the homeless encampments? What did you use to set those on fire?
What did I use?
Yeah.
I didn't use anything.
Oh,
They did it themselves. I think they were cooking
meth. Or-
outside. Yeah, something. There's, man, I don't understand these people. I mean, come on. It's obvious. It's really windy. And I don't know where they get these things. Like, do they? I don't know.
Propane tanks.
Yeah, propane tanks maybe, or a torch. Like they got that. They caught that guy in California driving around with a torch, and they're trying to say that he was him. I don't know if it was him starting the fires, but
You know damn well it was him. That's the dumbest shit. That's more of that example of you got fires. You got a guy riding around the kitchen red-handed with a fucking soldering torch, a plumber's torch in his fucking hand, and then they're like, "Yeah, we're not sure what he was doing." I'm like, "Well, you fuckers deserve everything you get then."
And it's great because it's he knows he shouldn't be going around with that, even if he started or not. But now they gotta blame somebody.
Yeah. I mean, my daughter brought one to school today, and I don't think I haven't heard any calls home yet. So.
They gotta blame somebody. Somebody's going down for this. They're trying to piece, and then you got all the people in charge. They're like, "Oh, we're gonna rebuild fast." They're just trying to brush it off like it's not a big deal. Like somebody's gonna go down, man. I mean, like it's stupid. Oh, I don't know. We'll see. Amen. Now you got everybody's insurance going up again. You're gonna blame California. Damn it.
I love all the talk about how everybody thinks that the government should rebuild these houses.
No, why?
It's the craziest. It's the craziest thing to me, and I'm all for even the people in Appalachia, southwestern North Carolina, the hurricanes. I just don't know when this evolution happened where everybody in America says if you own a home, if anything happens to it, it's the government's job to fix it for you. It's the craziest thing. I'm like, well, then why would I buy insurance then? If the government's just going to come in and cut me a check if my house goes away, why would I buy insurance? I mean, it's like you have to be a sucker to do that. So, and furthermore, how can the government afford to do that? How can the government just come in and say, "Yeah, we're sorry you all lost your houses. We'll build you new ones"? And then the last thing I'll say on this is, what is the threshold? If 2 houses burn down in Kentucky, just 2, they're cooking moonshine in the garage and their house burns down, does the government build them a new house? I mean, I want to know how this whole thing of government replaces houses work. No worries, John Hannaford. I'll send you the flowers and chocolates ASAP.
I'm in one play right now. I'll just share the HUSA, Houston American. It's a oil play. Up 21% today. It's basically like a hedge. When the markets do bad, it just goes up. Production of natural gas, crude oil.
So everybody's spreading the rumor that they stopped the Oregon fire trucks for emissions testing.
Oh, come on. Really?
I don't know how true that is.
Emissions testing?
Yeah, I mean, come on. How you gonna? It's so.
That's the highest priority right now.
Yeah, like I mean, you got smoke in the air, and you're worried about.
And they're checking the gender of the trucks as well.
Yeah, probably.
Uh,
They're checking the trans fluids.
wow, that's a good one.
Yeah.
He's really slick.
Mine comes with a stick.
Oh wow, a dipstick. Yeah. Well, yeah, it is a little ridiculous. If that was the case.
Yeah, that's probably bullshit though.
So I guess it was the Department of Transportation that stopped them or something like that. I don't know. It's obviously they want to make money somehow in the process. Like it's crazy, right? You're sending help, but then you want to tax the help that's coming in. You want.
Our company just sent down a few guys to go help out too.
Oh, really? That's pretty cool.
Did they send you a bill for helping us?
No.
You know, they'll say, "Oh, you want to help us? You got to pay. You got to pay. We got to get certified."
I mean, this is, I think, you know, when there's just things like this, it is good to be sending for departments around the country to send, share resources when they can. That would be favorable.
Some of the funniest commentary I've read lately is pointing out the silliness about Californians are the ones who think we can control global weather. They think we can control the entire planet's weather, and they can't even put out a fucking forest fire in one city.
It's a point.
It shows the ridiculousness of the whole thesis. All of it.
You know what's funny, Pirate, is they banned us burning firewood, right? So the forests get all mismanaged and everything's piling up everywhere. Then these fires break out, and we put way more toxic pollutants into the air versus us burning firewood in our homes.
Mm.
Well, it's the same thing when they say CO2 is damaging the environment. We need to remove gasoline-powered cars. Then at the same time, you'll have volcanoes erupting, forest fires. How much CO2 you think was given off by those forest fires? You think that having a few fucking battery-operated Teslas on the road are going to counteract this planet? It's fucking ridiculous. I'm telling you this, but it's not about the planet. It's about, we've talked about this before. It's about grants. It's about feasibility studies. It's about people who have degrees, doctorate and PhDs in environmental sciences and weather. Those people can't find fucking work anywhere because there's no work for them. They got useless fucking degrees. The only pipeline they have for money is a government-funded study that never ends. It's another tentacle of the incestuous relationship between higher levels of education, colleges, and the government. Colleges crank out these fucking degrees that are fucking useless. They have no practical application in the day-to-day world or opportunities for people. Their opportunities are twofold. They go back and become a professor. Oh, I get it. They're like, you studied college, you went to college for 12 years to get a degree. What are you going to do with it? I'm going to teach college. Well, fuck, man, that's like a self-serving fucking. I mean, I'm like, what's the alternative? Go out and do scientific studies that never end. I'm like, okay, great. Meanwhile, you know, you got fucking bridges falling into rivers, fucking cities burning down, not enough fucking fire trucks. But hey, we'll keep study the environment. what happens when you have a failure of leadership, man. When you put a moron, when you put a dumbass at the helm of a ship, don't be surprised if it runs over the waterfalls. Richard, there seems to be an issue with Streamlabs for a preacher to allow all of us to join together here and stream. More importantly, for us to have a chart up, he has to pipe all this through Streamlabs, and it's been challenging to say the least. Keep volumes balanced. So we do the best we can.
Was there any update why we dipped so hard this morning? Was any news come out, or just the market?
Not that I'm aware of. I told you we'd see 335, 338 before we see 5 again. I said that 9 months ago.
He did. Yes, he did.
Yes, he did.
Yep.
You did.
Yep.
It brings me no pleasure. I mean, it doesn't. I don't take any pleasure in saying I was right, but
A little. It's good to be right. I mean, I think it's okay to be right.
no, man.
I know you don't want to be. I know you don't want to be
a
right,
great deal of everybody in here, and I don't want to see anybody lose money.
but call a spade a spade. It is.
Yeah, well, a lot of this stuff is just logic. You don't need technical analysis. You don't need an algorithm. All you need to do is apply some good old common sense and logic to it. Think things through. Put yourself in your enemy's shoes. Ask yourself, what would you do if you were in their position? How would you? And that's going to give you a pretty good idea. It's not going to give you all the answers, but it's certainly going to give you a pretty good indication of what they're going to do. You guys know, all that silly shit about the blue roofs.
Yeah.
You familiar with that? The little
Yeah.
tinfoil hat conspiracy theory that if you have a blue roof, the directed energy weapons won't burn it.
Yeah.
You know the truth. You guys know the truth to all that, right?
No.
Listen, it's real simple, man. Those are metal roofs.
Mhm.
It's not because the roof is fucking
Right.
blue.
Yeah. It's just
because it's
shielding.
metal.
It's shielding.
If you go to your barbecue grill and you dump out a bag of whole briquettes and you start a nice fire with your charcoal starter and you get a real good hot fire going, you reach in there with a metal spoon and pick up one of those Kingford briquette coals
Ooh.
and fling that flaming ember up on top of a shingle, a roof that's made out of fiberglass and literally petroleum. It's literally made out of petroleum. Shingles are. They're made out of tar. It's like putting a match to a newspaper. If you fling that same hot burning ember up on a metal roof, it just sits there. So all this crazy shit about the reason these roofs didn't burn down because they had fucking blue paint on them is more. It should be an insult to your intellect. It's real simple. The houses that had metal roofs, and more importantly, a lot of them had either stucco or concrete construction, didn't burn because the shit's not combustible. It's just really, I seen some of the most silly shit, man. People look for anything they can to try to find some boogeyman to scare people. I guess because it's the lowest hanging fruit. The easiest way to get somebody's attention is to drum up some crazy conspiracy shit.
I think
Johnson B Street says you should get insurance discount on that roof. Well, I do, Johnson. I pay less than half of what all my neighbors pay for home insurance. So they do. The insurance companies know. They're not dumbasses. A house that's built out of poured concrete and a metal roof doesn't really stand a real big. You'd have a hard time burning my house down if you tried. I mean, literally. And they know that. So yes, you don't get just a little discount, you get a crazy discount because they know that statistically you're never going to file a claim, at least not for fire. If fire makes up the biggest portion of their claims and your house is immune to that, then you're just a money pipeline. You're just somebody that's going to pay, and that's what they're looking for. You're going to pay your premiums for years. A lot of folks were saying, well, why did those houses burn and not the trees? I'm like, man, it makes my head hurt. The stupidity of the average person just makes my fucking head throb. I'm like, a tree is a living organism. It has roots that go down. Generally speaking, whatever you see above the ground is below the ground. It has a vast system of roots that goes way down in the ground and sucks moisture. And that entire tree is full of water. That's why you can't cut a tree down. You can't take your little kids camping, cut down a live tree and build a fire out of it. Anybody that's ever tried to do that understands the silliness of it. That's why you have to let wood, it's called season. You have to cut a tree down and leave it piled up in your yard with a tarp over it for a year before you can use it in your fireplace, because you got to give a chance for all the water to evacuate.
Yeah.
But you got all these fucking geniuses running around with the clickbait of, oh my God, look, how did the trees make it? How can you burn a house down? I'm like, you guys are a special kind of fucking stupid. You know, there are some trees that won't even, I think redwood species won't even release their seeds from their pine cones unless they are in a fire. Some trees actually benefit from a growth fire. Pine trees, it'll scar the outside of the bark, but the tree lives. But it didn't stop all of the conspiracy theorists from, oh my God, this is further proof. I'm like, but people eat that stupid shit up, man.
Yeah, there's some health apparently to it. The health side of a turnover, supposedly, of some of this land that you're burning, soil and all that. I don't know.
Do you know that wood does not burn? Did you know that, Rugged?
That it doesn't burn?
Wood is not flammable.
Oh, okay.
You have to heat. When wood is heated, if you take a torch and hold it up against a piece of wood, it's not the wood that burns. When you heat it to a certain temperature, the cellulose gives off a gas, and it's actually the gas. It's actually the gas that's flammable. That's why if you look at a fire very close, the flames dance above the log. The flame doesn't start right at the wood. There's always a log in the fire. There's a little gap, and then the flame dances above that. It's just like a hose spewing natural gas. So you have to have that wood has to be heated enough to give off the gas. That's why you start with a little tiny fire when you're building a campfire. You start with a little tiny fire with little tiny combustible things that are easy to use newspaper or fine shavings, because it's easier to get it started. Then that little fire provides the heating. It provides the heating source that when you put a bigger piece of wood on there, it allows that wood to convert to a gas. But this thing about why are all the trees still there when the house was burned down is just more dumb shit. It just shows you how completely ignorant a lot of people are.
Well, I'll admit, I didn't ask about it, but I certainly, the fact that you pointed out that it's a gas, in all my life, I've never actually had somebody say that. So that's pretty interesting to know.
Go out in the woods right now, take your kid out, take your fucking handsaw, find you a tree the size of a baseball bat, a brand new one, a living sapling the size of a baseball bat, cut it down with your little hacksaw, and sit down with your child and try to build a fire with it.
Oh, I've made a lot of fires. I have made a lot of fires in my youth because we used to have summer that lake. But obviously you need the dry stuff. Yeah,
but they all point at the house and they're like, "Why did this house not burn? This guy's part of the Illuminati." I'm like, "No, he's one of those guys that paid for a metal roof."
So well, but those that same wood, the same style wood that you're referring to, whether it's pine or whatever, you find a nice little branch so to make good marshmallow sticks. They don't,
because they don't burn. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
That's the reason why it'll char, it'll smoke.
Right.
You go,
but the roof maybe might have not burned because it was metal. But what about the rest of the house?
Depends on the
Okay. How does a fire start inside a house? When you have a forest fire and the winds are blowing hot embers, what do you open up your door and let the embers blow in on your carpet? A hot ember has to either catch all of the bushes next to your house on fire. Fire doesn't travel by magic. It has to have a new source. Every time it moves, it has to have a new source, whether that's a brush pile or whether that's wooden siding on a house. But if you're asking, if you have a house that's made out of, say, cedar siding, and a giant hot ember falls onto your dried out bushes in your flower bed, the flower bed catches fire. That provides the heat, catches the siding of your house on fire. The fire burns from the outside to the end, not the inside out. So every house that's out there is made out of yellow pine 2x4s. That's all been dried. All the moisture's been pulled out of it. It is the perfect firewood. But before that fire can get to those 2x4s in your wall, it has to get through either the roof or through the structure. I'm sure everybody's familiar with the 3 little pigs. One little pig built his house out of straw. One little pig built his house out of fucking firewood sticks, and one little pig built his house out of bricks. It's been around for thousands of years. That's why they didn't build castles. When King Arthur built his castle, he didn't build it out of fucking yellow pine. There's no fucking magic to none of this shit. Everybody's like, why did those fucking houses burn? I'm like, because they're highly combustible. Everything in your house is a perfect fire source, from the 2x4s to your furniture, the curtains, your carpet. Fuck, man, all of that shit is perfect fuel. All you got to do is get a fire started in it. So when you have a wildfire, especially one with winds that's blowing chunks of burning wood through the air, there you go. But it shouldn't come as a surprise if 50 houses burn down that have shingle roofs and one guy has a metal roof. It shouldn't be a surprise to you. In fact, you should say, God damn, that shit worked like it was supposed to.
It's like sometimes you go to the certain department stores that are almost all metal. Can't get like a cell phone signal in them. I think that's why they
Sure.
So that's why the shielding, we call it shielding.
Yeah.
It's been interesting to watch all of the politicians try to spin this. The good old, it's not my fault. We're gonna have an investigation. Nobody ever takes responsibility. When you find out little snippets of information, like they spent millions of dollars on the most ridiculous programs, but they never fixed their water issues, that's a failure of leadership. The captain of the ship decides what's going to happen. And when they made a conscious decision to work on some of this sillier shit that we all know the policies I'm talking about in California, all that money that was dedicated towards that could have gone just towards simply fire prevention, forest management. When you have leaders who choose to do things that are based on, virtue signaling or feel good or an attempt to get a few more votes from some oddball portion of the citizenry, it shouldn't come as a surprise that down the road you find yourself with what we have here. And then everybody wants to scratch their head and say, how does this happen? I'm like, you're kidding me, right? You that goddamn stupid, you can't figure out what happened here? It's the same thing with the electric cars. All the people shelving all this shit about they want to make it mandatory to have electric cars until you see cars lined up fucking in a 3-hour long line to get charged somewhere. And you're like, this is what you're advocating for? You're forcing this down people's throat? Fuck politician.
Mark Zuckerberg orders Meta offices to remove tampons from the men's bathroom.
I didn't know they had them in there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here's another one. Breaking news. Meta. What is it? Mark Zuckerberg from Meta. What does it say here? Is requesting to have the condom machine removed from the women's.
Oh, okay. All right. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, I sometimes this would be. I don't want to go too far down this. You don't really wonder, the guys that a lot of number of guys can go online finding content online to enjoy. But kind of wonder how many, without realizing it, have actually it's sort of taken gratification against a tranny and not even know tranny. You know what I mean? Not even know. It was because maybe it was top up or whatever, but I'm sure it happens.
Yeah, you're gonna get to a point where like, they won't tell you. Oh, I was once a Christian. No, not that Christian. My name used to be Chris.
Well, the simple fact of the matter is some of them are smoking hot looking.
Yeah, that's right.
It doesn't change it. It doesn't change anything though, man.
No.
I've never once said that they're all, look like me with a fucking miniskirt on. Some of them are smoking.
Please don't tease us like that.
And you wouldn't know any better. But there's nothing new about that either.
Miniskirt. I'd rather see the miniskirt on Pirate than the sock.
And guys, a lot of guys that go to the Philippines and places like that in the military had a thing called a package check. They'd meet girls in bars and clubs and stuff, and they literally in the club be like, "I'm going to need a package check. I need to make sure you don't have twig and berries."
Yeah, that's smart.
We're so incredibly fucking beautiful, but they got a fucking, they're men.
Just bring in a gynecologist, do a full check, and then run other checks and make sure everything's good.
Dino Mike says it's a born again Christian.
Born again Christian. He's referring to born again.
Oh, she's born again, Christina. Most advertising. Huh? Wow.
Well, we've got PPI this week and CPI. So I think what you're seeing right now is apprehension. I think people that would otherwise be buying are, seeing a little bit of a sort of a negative sentiment in the market, and with the PPI and CPI inflation numbers out, they want to kind of get past that on Tuesday, Wednesday before they recommit buying. So we'll start to see that tomorrow. And usually, the first reaction is usually the wrong reaction. What I've heard, what I've noticed, sometimes the market starts going up right after PPI data. It's usually a quick trap. So it's usually better to, in my opinion, do the opposite.
The tramp?
Yeah. So if the market starts immediately to drop, I prefer to see the market drop right after PPI, because then it means go back up, probably.
Yeah.
OCGN, it's got a $7 price target from HC.
Oxygen?
Oxygen.
I remember Oxygen when everything was squeezing. That was the first one.
I'm still in it. I am. You guys, you have no idea. I have a lot of things I've been holding on. A lot of sitting.
Bro, you got more bags than Louis Vuitton.
That's right.
Out about.
Thankfully, my mom, she gave my mom gave my wife a purse, because I can't talk. Well, my wife was bitching about needing a new purse, and my mom had too many, and so that worked out quite well. But I do miss being in Florida right now, though. The shitty ass cold weather in Virginia. Here's a home that you could buy up kind of close to my hometown. 5 bedrooms, 3 baths, 3,512 square feet. 150,000.
Wow, fly me out.
Yeah, I know. This is in upstate, in northern New York. It's an older home, but
I was gonna say that sounds a little cheap, man. That sounds crazy cheap.
built in 1920. It was.
Yeah, that's probably got a lot to do with it. It must be really dated inside.
Looking at right.
What's wrong with the land?
It says it used to be the parsonage for one of the churches.
I
I don't even know what's a parsonage.
don't
Where
know.
the preacher lives. It's a house that's provided for the preacher.
But he molested the kids.
Every church provides a house for the preacher man.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Tear it down if I had the money.
If that was in the right neighborhood, though, that'd make a hell of a rental.
Yep. Yeah, actually, it's right across the street from one of the churches I used to go to. Mm. Man, I'm getting slaughtered here in one of my Weeble accounts. Yeah, but I'm just chilling.
Five bedrooms close to a church. You create a LLC. You make it a nonprofit. You make it a woman's shelter for battered women.
Okay.
You apply for grants. You name yourself as the chief administrator. You pay yourself $200,000 a year, but the business is not is nonprofit. You get yourself an 801c. Then you tie in with the church and have the church advocate for you to have and then you're off and running.
Have some promote when there's openings.
Well, it's like a halfway house. Woman battered shelter, all that. There's always a bedroom available. You have a place for women and children. No men. You make it. There's no men allowed there. And
what's wrong with men?
But the idea. Never mind.
No, come on, man. Why is it always women that?
Yeah, why no men? I want to know that too.
Then you have to have a battered men's shelter. You have to have one or the other because you can't mix them together, dumbasses. So which one do you think? Which one you think there's more battered men or more battered women? You want to make money or you want to fucking?
No, I get it. I get it, Byron. I'm just saying that there's yeah. No, there's definitely more.
Listen, in a perfect world, you'll never get so much as a customer, but it's not the customer you're after. It's that sweet grant money.
Yeah.
You get them bleeding all the fucking government. It's just like I said. You can be mad about the government scams, or you can get in on it.
Yeah, that's right.
So all you do is punch all the tickets. You say, okay, we're a 801c, we're a nonprofit, it's a halfway house for battered women and children. No questions asked. They can stay here for up to 90 days while they get on their feet. It's all free, and but the money will flow like sweet honey.
It's a way to hedge against your taxes. Because let's face it, I think it's crazy how much we pay in taxes. We get taxed on our income, taxed on sales, taxed on the homes every year, taxed on personal property. What isn't being taxed? Everything's taxed. So I think you're almost forced to make some steps and measures in this lifetime to hedge against that. Find as many deductions, kind of force you to. So
it's like a friend of mine said, it's not how much you make in America, it's how much you keep.
Have you ever heard of any limitation to how much you can donate to like charity without it becoming like a massive red flag? Besides the 500 or whatever annually.
You'd have to talk to an accountant. The tax laws change every year, but
I'm just wondering if somebody who has like tons of stuff, you could donate a bunch of it, offset your tax obligation. Just wonder if
when you take stuff to like down here in Florida to the waterfront mission, they'll ask you, do you need a receipt? And you say, yeah. And then they'll give you a blank receipt and they literally let you write in whatever you think the value was that you donated. The difference is, will it hold up under an audit? So if I take $500 worth of clothes to down there, and they give me a receipt, and I write down that I did $500 donations. That comes off my taxes at the end of the year. The only difference is 2 years from now, if I get an audit and they go through there and they look at that, they say, hey, listen, you claimed $5,000 worth of clothes and it was only 500. So we need to, we're going to have to ding you for that. So more often than not, it's what will hold scrutiny to an audit someday.
Yeah, I guess that's the question is, what are the typical thresholds, either on a percentage basis or a dollar figure basis, for which you can sort of not raise?
You have to, I don't know on that. You have to maybe Google it or call it an accountant. I don't have anything off the top of my head to add to that. I've always just been real judicious with it. I mean, it's like I never wanted to bring any fucking unnecessary attention, not because I'm involved in anything I shouldn't be, but because I don't want my life disrupted.
Right.
I had a friend who did manufacturing. He only had 4 employees, but he built custom lighting, and he did some magnificent stuff. But he caught an audit one time, and they brought a fucking IRS agent to his little shop, and the motherfucker sat there for a week. They put him up a little table out in the shop. They put him in a hot part of the shop where he didn't have any air conditioning because they wanted him to be as uncomfortable as possible. They said if you make them real comfortable, they'll stay. So they didn't want him to be in an air conditioning room with drinks on it. They gave him a little fucking table out in the shop where it was loud and hot. That motherfucker stayed out there for a week, and he went through all kinds of shit, and they're just fucking, it's just a disruption. You're constantly having to fucking cater to them, and you're on anxiety ridden. They're going to find something where maybe it was overlooked or a mistake, and it's going to end up, the penalties are usually whatever you didn't pay plus 300%. So it's an anxiety ridden event. I haven't had the pleasure, but I've seen them done. And so I never wanted to participate in anything that would give them a reason to come looking at me closer. The biggest boat I ever had, I never wrote it off. Not at all. People talk about, oh, you can get rich folks and I'm not rich, but people who are well off, they can write off their boats and their airplanes. You got to be real careful with that too, because there's strict rules on it. If, for instance, if you have a yacht, if I take you out and do business on it, I have to keep a log. I got to put down your name, real preacher, yucca, everybody who attended the meeting. I got to put down what business we discussed and what portion of the time. And then I can only write off that particular trip. You can't just write off the entire yacht as a business expense. So you have to have real meticulous bookkeeping notes, or if you do catch an audit, they'll disallow it. So if you wrote off the entire cost of that yacht and they say, sorry, this isn't allowed, now you got to put that back as income and pay taxes on it. Well, nobody wants all that shit.
No.
And furthermore, you're getting into areas where you're drawing attention to yourself, and you're going to catch an audit for no reason, and it's just disruptive to your lifestyle. So I shied away from all that shit.
Mm. Yeah.
I bought that first big Viking, and first thing I told the story on KC's, I asked my accountant, I said, hey man, I want to write off my new toy. He's like, you're killing me, man. You're killing me. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, there's no faster way to get an audit. Or you want us to go through an audit? He's like, I have to bill you. We're going to go through it, sit down with all this shit. He's like, also you can beat them out of a few dollars for your new boat. He's like, you're just asking for fucking trouble, man. I'm like, okay, forget it then.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it's common sense too, Rugged. I mean, a lot of it would depend on income. If a person makes $3 million a year because he works for Goldman Sachs and he donates, fucking $5,000 a year to a charity, no, I don't know that they'd raise a fucking eyebrow to that. But if a guy, works as the night manager at a fucking McDonald's, and he's knocking down $60,000 a year and tries to claim that he gave $10,000 worth of shit away, I mean, there's some of this stuff I think is mathematics.
No, I think you're right. It's a percentage basis.
Sure,
38.
31.13. GameStop. I've made my views pretty clear on tax deductions throughout the last 4 years with you guys.
Yeah.
I tell people all the time, focus on making money. Don't let the tail wag the dog. People who run around with their hair on fire looking for endless deductions and can I write off lunch, they're going about it the wrong way. The idea is be profitable. If you have a business, focus on making that business profitable and bringing as much money to you as it can, as its maximum efficiencies with profitability. The whole idea of deductions is secondary. That's the shit for an accountant to take care of, or you're fortunate if I used to say, if taxes are your only problems, then you don't have any fucking problem.
Good point.
Hey guys, I'll be back.
Yeah, man. The tax code in the United States, as much as people bitch about it, it's really not too hateful to business owners. It's particularly shitty to working people, just your everyday common working guy. That's kind of the dirty little secret. It's just the middle class blue collar worker who really gets it. They go balls deep in him. But if you own a business and you're operating a business and you're profitable, the tax code isn't entirely bad for smaller business. It isn't until you get what I would consider, if you get up to where you got like maybe 100 employees or more and you start churning out giant dollars, then all that changes. But for the most part, if somebody's got their shit together, they're focused on running their business, their little tire shop, their automobile repair, whatever it is that they're doing. If they focus on that and they're making money, the rest of the shit falls in place. See, Bitcoin's still falling today. I don't know if it's fallen at this moment. Yeah, it is, but it's down to 91,400.
Oh, wow.
It hasn't exactly been a real dramatic fast fall, but it's definitely pulling back a lot. From that, what it hit 103, 103,000, 107, something like that.
Yeah.
Ten-year Treasury still going up, 4.796. Sandy, you come in from the garbage surveillance and you did that thing with your hand and my heart dropped. Because I thought I was going to have to go shovel that fucking shit. Who was hotter, Dynamite, Kelly LeBrock from the Weird Science film, or Tawny Katane from the Whitesnake videos? Those are girls from the 80s, man. Yeah, I'll probably go with Kelly LeBrock. Although Tawny Katane she was the stuff of young boys' dreams on the hood of David Coverdale's Jaguar in that video.
Nice.
Any of you guys interested in buying pet rocks? I'm running a special, man. It's FOB. It's the shipping's on you, or you got to pick them up. I'm not doing any delivery, but I'm running a real good special on rocks. Anybody wants to buy some?
Are you selling parcels on the moon too?
These are highly collectible rocks, limited time only.
With NFTs? Okay.
Yeah, you get a leather. I'll give you a certificate of authenticity.
Okay.
And we do offer bulk pricing. If you buy 4, the 5th one's free.
Hey guys, back just for a moment. Just wanted to let you know I'm gonna head out for the dentist now, so I'll be back later.
Get her done.
Anything
Right,
about the stream that I need to fix, change, update? Or are we good for now?
I
Okay,
think we're good, man.
good to hear. Okay, so I'll see you once I'm back.
All right.
Take care.
I heard, they're making a movie actually, as well. They're calling it Drilling the Preacher's Mouth. So we'll see if they got some people interested in that. Yeah. Hopefully no drill. Still have some more NXRP to sell. Sold 10 shares today, and I don't know where it's already went. Yeah, look at that volume on both. Only 3.2 million shares traded on stock. Really low. Why? Seeing a little bit of turnaround in the market overall. Pirate, you could take those little rocks and paint them black and say you're selling black rock.
Cool, I like it. I like that marketing.
I like that one.
Well, you don't really want to modify these now. These are heirloom rocks. They've been here since the Florida was discovered. I think these rocks were used as a ballast, and the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria.
Oh,
So they have a historic value. You wouldn't want to do anything to molest them if you detract from their value.
Oh, they're rich.
Yeah. I talked to KC for some time yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, or maybe it was Saturday. I can't remember what day, but he got a huge job promotion at the hospital.
Well,
He's only been there several months, but they had a
Amazing.
pretty big deal. They needed somebody to do a lot of computer work, and he mentioned it was like scheduling the doctors, and
Nice.
I guess really scheduling type thing. But he wouldn't be able to work with patients anymore, and they were concerned that, because he seemed to express enjoyment working with those patients. But it come with a substantial pay raise, and it's like a regional thing. And he mentioned that he may be even quitting his job at GameStop. He said he didn't want to, but he's going to get overwhelmed, I think. So yeah, I don't think he'd mind if I shared that with you guys. He's doing very well.
There you go. Good for him.
very cool.
Yeah. He's gonna have his own hospital. Is that where we're going?
Hey, it wouldn't surprise me, man.
He's gonna be wow. I watched that show House. You guys seen House?
Yeah, I watched some of that back in the day. I
Yeah.
watched it to the end, but
Yeah, like how that one guy he was like the majority holder, that one guy. They kicked him out though. But imagine KC going back to school. He's gonna become a doctor. Like House. Maybe we can call him Dr. Casey.
Doc.
Doc. You're seeing a little volume on GME, right? Like,
yeah, 3176.
I think this is it, guys. Get ready.
A little
Moaz.
volume increase as well. No, you know better than that, Yucca.
I know March, right? Is that what we said, March?
We got another week just to get to inauguration. Yeah, and then the big man steps in, and
Did you say the N word? Inauguration?
yeah,
Is that what inauguration? I know I cut the other in. Hey, censored. Damn it all.
Canada. That's already. Come on, move. Move, bitch. Move, bitch. That's it. I'm moving to Canada. That's it. I'm moving to Canada. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. You like
Nothing!
absolutely nothing.
No. Why?
Wow.
That's the
Good
answer.
morning.
Good morning.
What the hell is going on?
Yeah, you know. The usual.
How you doing, Sen?
Oh, I don't know. There's no reason for this price movement down.
No. No.
So
When?
Unless
it'll go back up eventually, I guess.
you're buying at this prices. Who isn't buying at this price? I mean, I bought some too.
If I had money, I'd be buying it at this price.
Yeah.
It's looking nice. Bollinger Bank with. Yeah.
Get your glow sticks ready. It's gonna come back on.
No.
Well, all I know is AMC had like shares they were going to sell into the market eventually at some point, right? Whether or not that's happened yet, I don't know.
Oh, the thing with Goldman?
Yeah,
Yeah. And then after that, there's only like 1 million. Well,
but with that deal, the minimum that they would take was $4. So
oh, interesting. So could they be exercising that, or like somehow, or like coming out ahead now?
the way that they set it up, it's like Goldman was going to short it all into the market and then buy shares back in and try and ride it back up, I think.
Good.
So I think Goldman might be buying at this level.
That's,
Yep.
that's an interesting perspective.
Would make sense. Yep.
Because the minimum that AMC was going to accept was 200, for the 50 million shares was 200 million, which works out to 4. So selling it at this level, it can't be them selling shares, really.
No.
Your uncle.
So they made money on the way down, Goldman, by shorting it, and then now they're gonna make money on the way up. Wow.
They go both ways.
Yeah, they swing both ways, huh?
Yeah, they sure do.
I don't know. You would think after this amount of time, it's been quite a while since that deal was set, right? So.
Yeah.
My plan is an Army pilot. Yeah, he's a pilot. Great.
Thank you, Yucca.
When would they be announcing that it's complete? Unless they haven't sold it in yet.
Yucca, how's it looking out there?
It's looking like a directed energy weapon attack.
I'm gonna hang out. I'm gonna hang out at the airport Friday. I think I'll be pretty close to it.
Man, I just got a grilled cheese and Doritos. How about that?
Put them Doritos on the grilled cheese.
Oh no, it's actually turkey and cheese. Grilled. It's a grilled club. Damn. I'm living large around here, man.
Spencer, what were you talking about? Shares not sold. What were you What thread were you on?
Oh, I'm just saying that they haven't necessarily sold any of the shares at this point. We don't know, right?
Yeah, we won't know until they're done.
I mean, if AMC wants to have more shares issued,
They're gonna have to do.
it could be in their best interest to not have Goldman Sachs sell any shares until after the vote.
You're saying there is
That way Goldman Sachs has 50 million shares to vote in favor of more dilution.
Oh wow!
So if they give, because they've given them control of the shares. Goldman Sachs has control of the shares and has voting power of the shares until the sale is complete. That was in the document.
Well, that's always public.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Ankara thing with voting power with the ape, right?
Yeah, it is.
So it's not unheard of.
Or I don't. You know, it'd be nice is if there could be an opportunity where you can do a private offering to existing shareholders only first. When you do offerings, like if you could say, well,
You can.
yeah, you can. I was reading a prospectus of a different company, and I was very surprised to even see that it's even an option. See, they call it a rights offering. See here. Says here, like this is a company, a different company. Well, doesn't really matter. But let's see here. Stockholders and certain warrant holders are being distributed a dividend of one non-transferable subscription right warrant for each share of common stock owned. And basically, it enables 1 unit purchase at a subscription price. Which is kind of cool that you can, if you were an existing shareholder, that you could have a certain right to have sort of like early access to almost like a round of funding, but it just goes to.
That's how
It's
I
like
would have
having
handled
right of first
ape in the first
refusal on a
place.
piece of real estate.
Yeah.
That's how I would have
Like a
handled
right of first
the
refusal.
ape issue. I
Yeah.
would have handled the ape issue in that way in the first place.
I
That way
mean,
they could have set the price that they were getting for them, and they would have maybe only got 20% of people to subscribe to buying more. But like whatever. Let's say I had 5,000 shares, I might have said, "Yeah, I'll take 500."
mhm.
But they would have got money for those 500, whereas giving a dividend to everybody of here, just have them, got them no money. It only diluted the stock. Mistakes were made.
It was for the purpose of share count.
Yeah, it may have been for the purpose of a share count in a big.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about
in
that.
a legal document that we're not aware of at this point.
possible.
Jesse, is the weather going to clear up enough to fly? Is the weather going to clear up enough to fly?
Yes. Forecast. Say traffic. Off. Clear. That's a big joke, though. They say you fucking the big.
Made my heart stop. Yeah, that was mean.
Okay.
This Bitcoin ETFs turn 1 year old today. One of those roasted chickens from Walmart's not bad either. Fettuccine Alfredo with shrimp and scallops. I can eat smash burgers.
Jess, somebody's got to. Our water's got soap. And then the other dude said, how did I not that?
Yeah. Trick you into thinking it's local.
Shuffle your feet. Use your arms.
Sorry.
What things?
This shit had me broke down, Jesse. I slept like a newborn baby last night. Between the muscle fatigue and the soreness and that soft rain hitting on the roof, I was sawing logs, man. green chili enchiladas, chicken, the salsa verde. Which one's more expensive, pork chops or ribs? About the same. Ribs are more expensive.
You be like, why she got it like all of your poses? Why you in there posing with them hoes? And I be like, why you in there going through my phone? Bitch, I told you take your ass home. And you be like, that ain't none of my business. That ain't none of my business. And I be like, go, do it then. Go do it.
Jesse, we need to contact Elon Musk and have him send us one of those robots he's got. See how long those batteries last carrying those rocks out there.
Move on to the next for the best out. This ain't no test, cause baby, if the war do it, have to confess that you don't know shit. Do you, babe? You be getting wrong answers. You be getting wrong answers. I see that Molly got you gone, cause you don't know shit. Do you, babe? You be getting wrong answers. You be getting wrong answers. I'ma move on to a slow day. Baby, I am all about your pussy. But your pussy really ain't gonna make me chill, listen. Looking at you like, oh really? Having real hair, that don't make you real. Can I hit you with the sauce in the morning? I put this fucking meat right on your grill, baby. I'll show you the stroke, what you want it. I'll show you how to make some fucking real paper like, oh, I'll be cooking too much not to eat. You ain't up in me, get on my feet. Now let's see how your shit do in the streets. And I'll be like, oh, you said you gon' key up on my cars. That ain't nothing but a paint job. But when all my bad bitches show up at your job, I'ma look at you like, go, do it then. Go do it. I'ma let you go, do it then. I'ma let you stress yourself out. Move on to the next for the best out. This ain't no test, cause baby, if the war do it, have to confess that you don't know shit. Do you, babe? You be getting wrong answers. You be getting wrong answers. I see that Molly got you gone, cause you don't know shit. Do you, babe? You be getting wrong answers. You be getting wrong answers. I'ma move on to a slow. You be like, why she on that lame shit? And I be like, you be on that same shit. On the gram with that stupid boomerang shit. You need to stop it with the games, bitch, yeah. What did you think was gonna happen? All you do is push a nigga off you. Sitting at the crib with a joystick. I can't think of nothing more awful, baby. You be poppin'. You be poppin' for them niggas at the night show, baby. Just poppin'. Yeah, you be poppin'. You be all up in my business, shit, I might go crazy. How about you worry about that shit somewhere else? Stop asking me about them bitches in there. Find out that shit for yourself. Cause I don't give a fuck, don't care. Cause I'ma tell you, go, do it then. Bet you won't do it. I'ma let you go, do it then. Bet you won't do it. I'ma let you stress yourself out. Move on to the next for the best out. This ain't no test, cause baby, if it was, you would have to confess that you don't know shit. Do you, babe? You be getting wrong. You be getting wrong. I see that Molly got you gone, cause you don't know shit. Do you, babe? You be getting wrong answers. You be getting wrong answers. I'ma move on to a slow answer.
You know, there's that little electric box over there by the rain gutter we was working on. and it was low voltage wiring, low voltage transformer for those little lights, courtesy lights that used to go up the steps to the waterfall. You can repurpose that and put lights on your handicap ramp now, tucked up underneath it there to illuminate that. All we got to do is when we put the pipe in for the drain, is put another pipe in for wire. So the wire runs underground right there from the house over. Well, it's free. It's,
Big fat light.
you can do that too. Well, the only thing that sucks about that is that's not on a light. It was on a, you just plug it in. They never did have, I mean, it wasn't on a switch. I don't know why they did that way. It's just plug in only, but it's convenient. It's right there on that corner. Walk over there, plug it in. There's a one light switch in the kitchen that used to illuminate the pool, but you're going to need that switch for the new pool light. But maybe they could tie into it to when you turn it on, it turns on the pool light and a spotlight in the backyard at the same time. I don't know if I'd care for that very much. Well, there's a way to do that. All you got to do is those two ceiling fans that we were going to plug out there. All you got to do is bolt a spotlight on them, like was over there by the bird's nest where the two spotlights are focused. So when you turn that on, instead of a ceiling fan coming on, the spotlights come on and just shine. Instead of having those closeout panels there, that's the easy one. Yep, that's real easy. They're already switched. Focus them. It may not look the most elegant, but it'd be fashionable. I mean, practical. I mean, it's got that big spot on the corner over there where the gutter was. With the salt water aided up, we can always just replace that. Those two, you know, they're like in the yard. Yeah. Well, Rugged said he tripped a circuit breaker with a space heater. That'll do it, Rugged. Them space heaters they heavy amperage, man. They're nothing but a dead short. They pull some juice. He said, okay, I lied. I was running 2 space heaters. Yeah, there you go. Probably had them plugged into the same plug, didn't you? Yeah. And, hey, a circuit breaker is better than having a wire melt down and catch the wall on fire. I wish we had a gas line over there, Sandy, natural gas like we have for the barbecue there. Because I would do tiki torches around the railing, around the pool, like having like in Hawaii and Bahamas and stuff. Got the little bitty individual torches that are up. I mean, they got the little cheap ones that you can fill up with citronella oil that's made out of bamboo. But I'm thinking something more along like permanent steel pipe coming up along the railing with a real nice little cap on the top of it. A street lamp kind of thing. Breaking news, firefighters brace for more high winds in California. I might be wrong, but it looks to me like they got most of the big fires are put out. At least the ones in the urban areas.
But
What Worcestershire?
Yeah.
Fermented. Well, he like it was out in the fucking sun. Knock him up. Sir.
I'm so glad you got rid of all that pipe. I thought I was going to have to take a sawzall and cut all that shit in half. If the lid doesn't close on the can, but I seen Lou stick palm fronds in there to where it stuck up 12 feet. Just depends on the driver. You know, they got a camera on his dashboard. He can see what's dumped in that truck. And that can dumps, you can see it right there on a TV. So he knows what's coming out of the can. They don't give a shit. Just trying to get home at 3 o'clock. Jesse, I don't know what they pay those pilots that are flying those planes to fight those fires, but it's not enough.
Yeah,
Those guys are badasses,
they get
man.
paid well, but not.
I watched some of that shit, Jesse, and it was fucking crazy impressive. And you know, it takes a lot to impress your old man. I was like, the guys flying that fucking DC-9 or whatever it was, all I saw was a windshield full of mountain. And they were in like a nose down attitude. They're diving down. And I'm like, Jesus, dude, it takes a lot of balls to hold that fucking attitude.
Probably like the air traffic, like the little ones,
Yeah.
they get a lot closer. And
Oh, I'll bet.
it looks a lot more dramatic. But I'm telling you, the most difficult is that fucking.
Oh, I know.
Because that plane has no fucking business doing that. It's a fucking airline. That is
I
not
know.
a fucking.
That's what I said. I'm like, that dude's got a set of balls on him. They were yanking and banking it though.
Super cool. Watch it. Since you use the
Topography.
all like big thing. They have like a plane that goes through in front of it, and it drops, and it basically surveys and marks
Like a spotter.
with target. Then the water bomb, the big one through, and the first guy, they do like really cool shit. Like they can a DC-9 pilot in the right seat, so he'll know
What the capabilities of the
what
DC-9
capabilities
are.
the aircraft behind him is, so that they say you can get through it. You do that, come down to 1,000, wow. Then comes then they have
Yeah,
up
that's
above
fucking
them, they
crazy.
stack them up and sequence them in, and have different like operational stuff. And that's how they hit things.
Right.
There's so many aircraft.
It's pretty damn cool.
And then have to tell you that's real high. They'll put the like air in the like right seat of that. You'll sit there on the radios and coordinate.
Coaching.
Because it's a lot better than being somewhere else and looking at a map. You can just see a bird's eye view of the
Right.
whole thing. It's
Very cool. Now, how many people can sit on a love seat? Diesel up there too. VIX is at 19.65 and climbing. Median sales price for a house in LA is $900,000. Median rent is $2,780.
I saw that price. A house I was looking at was 7, now going for 30. I'm like, look, I get it. If you got fucked over by the fire, you're paying $17,000, and you're not victims.
Right.
The victims are some of those lower income neighborhoods they burned through, where
People that didn't
people
have
are
it, they weren't
renting and lost
necessarily as
fucking
wealthy.
everything,
Yep.
and now they're getting.
You remind me to take that damn ladder down out front. It's been out there for a week now. I never go out there, so I forget about it. And I lay down in bed at night and think about shit. It's haunting me.
Oh, falling.
Yeah.
You know, our
Yeah. Yeah, I'll get it down today. I've got a whole bucket full of organizational hooks you screw into the wall for hanging tools up and stuff that I brought from the farm. It's been out there since we moved 10 years ago. But I'm going to screw some of them onto that fence over there so I can hang those ladders on the fence. She's just right. Shove her, pick her up and shove her. Bitter cold outside, or did it warm up a little bit? If I had a wheelbarrow and gloves, I would probably go.
There's 400 pairs of gloves.
What am I want the good ones with no holes in the fingers and leather. For sharp cheddar cheese. Bitcoin just fell to 92,000. $92,057. It's about ready to lose the 92.
Don't say that. It's a retard. Isn't it?
You just have to take a 4-inch grinder, Jesse, with a diamond blade on it and cut that wheelbarrow up so it'll fit in a garbage can. Oh, with the swimming pool? Yeah, we can throw it up on there. That's a lot easier. There goes two. That's full over there. A little ramps.
Day.
Yeah.
I'll try one.
What is that's heroes of what is that? That is not a hero at all. Let me see. I guess they're advanced. So everyone's going to red note, which is a you have to have it translated. Because it's not the fucking same. That's not what people want.
Friends good.
It's good, but so that's great. Band fuck that could be suspect. Now everyone's going. It is fully fucking bad. What? Suck. That's who everyone. In the well.
I'm saying. So change to
Respect this. sour cream, blue cheese, and I got it.
Says, you're not expecting it. Eat it.
Well,
You know, really, says, all
wow, fucking scared.
saute into sure.
Almost 130. For those of you who cannot see the charts, AMC is stuck at $3.58. While GameStop hits $31.48. Bitcoin's fallen to 92,119. The S&P 500 and NASDAQ is down while the Dow is slightly up. There's your update. Take mom to Sam's Club for leather gloves and T-bones.
Hey, Pirate. Hello, everyone
Yeah,
in
bud.
chat. How's it going?
Kind of quiet, man. Kind of quiet.
Everybody peaceful, enjoying the discount, so.
Everything go well at the dentist?
Yeah. I mean, even in a way better than expected. So the guy does give you more trust in him than the other doctor did. He has a better price for the implant, and he actually proposed me in a way a workaround, so something else we can try that's much cheaper and a lot less
Nice.
invasive for now. So yeah, like he's completely booked for the next over a month, which was also a good sign. So
Yeah, that's good work. Yeah.
so that means I might see some AMC in the near future. Yeah, I think I might have with the other doctor, I might have fallen prey to probably friends and family giving reviews. No.
Yeah. Yeah.
I need to check what's happening because my wife's on the phone with this old aunt of hers, and I heard my name, so I think they already have some work laid out for me.
Well, I'm sure.
Yeah. Probably for tomorrow. That's the due date to go and check in on the heating system. Pirate, any updates with the, like, how was it after the weekend? With the jackhammer and the...
Yeah, man, I put some before and after pictures in the Discord general. I got,
Ooh, okay.
yeah, we got all the pieces out. I mean, they still got to be moved, but we turned the Mrs. Pirate turned the jackhammer back in this morning, so I didn't get charged for another day. It had to be back by 8 o'clock. There's a little scam that if you they're closed on Sunday, so if you pick up a machine on a Saturday after lunch, they only charge you for one full day, so you get it for the rest of the day Saturday and all day Sunday, and that's a good hack for homeowners who are renting tools. But yeah, so she took it back at 8 this morning. Now all I have to do now is pick them up and put them down. I got several tons to move, but we're not under any pressure. I can move a few rocks an hour or a few a day. It doesn't matter. But it's a huge leap forward. Having that concrete out was the last of the really bad hurdles.
Nice, nice.
I got my work cut out for me. My son and I have to pick those pieces up, and we're repurposing them obviously for erosion control and storms. So looking for holes to hide them, bury them in. You can't just scatter it everywhere. Kind of on a standstill right now. I destroyed my gloves and my hands are pretty raw, so I'm waiting. They're going shopping today. They're going to swing through the hardware department. I destroyed our wheelbarrow, but I can't complain. I got 22 years of service out of that wheelbarrow, 20 years, something like that. So it deserves a hero's burial. But I'm pleased to have it behind me. I was anxiety ridden about the whole project because I knew it was going to be difficult.
Yeah.
My son and I did it almost half and half. My oldest, he did half of it and I did half of it. Worked out pretty nice. $356. AMC made a new intraday low minutes ago, back to 358. 3.56. He's a retriever, man. You do. What's that, creature?
I wanted to ask how low do you think it's gonna go? How low they're gonna push it?
I told you we'd see 338 before we see $5. I don't. I'd be surprised to see it fall into the twos. But 10% from here is only 316, 326, 3.25. So if it falls another 10%, that puts it at 325 or so. But I don't know, man. I quit guessing a long time ago. Some guy come in earlier. His name was Chuck Blackmore. I engaged him in conversation here for a while. He seemed a little bit upset when he first come in, but I got to know him a little bit. Said he's a machinist.
Okay.
Claims he's got 70,000 shares. That's a pretty big bite. I mean, at $3 a share, that's what, 200 grand or something. And I'm not calling his credibility into question, but he said he just pretty much wrote it off. I'm like, well.
But what do you mean? What he bought at this price and wrote it off, or what?
I was asking him. You know, what's his plan? You know, and he didn't share a whole lot. I think he just wanted to vent about being down. He's been moaning about the possibility of a reverse split and all kinds of other stuff. So it sounded like he's having a pretty rough day. I tried to extend a olive branch to him, walk him into the fold. I did the best I could to get to know him a little bit. So I don't know if he was just having a bad day or if he was here to try to convince others to sell. But he wasn't exactly positive when he first showed up, but seemed like a nice enough fella. We'll see. You never know about the internet.
Yeah. I mean, you can have people who just, well, they thought they're getting into a quick, you know, get rich quick thing, and it didn't turn out to be that quick, but things that are worth it don't come fast. But yeah, at the same time, Hedges would be more than happy to take his shares at this price.
Sure. I shared the same thoughts with him that I've said over and over again for 4 years. Everybody's different, but hell, I'm down, 90, 95%. It's either gone or I'm rich. Either way, there's no middle ground. Either this thing's going to pay me and it's going to be the most incredible thing I've done in my life, or I pissed away $100 grand. No middle ground. I'm okay with it either way.
Hey, Technolove. Yeah, that's everybody's busy living and stuff, Good to see you around.
All these guys, preacher, they talk about reverse split. It's because it was so painful when that went down, and it was. A lot of shares disappeared, and then the money went right back down again. So it was kind of, but I try to remind people that, it works both ways. If this thing takes off like a rocket ship, they can do forward splits just as easily as they did a reverse split. And it's a two-way street, the whole thing of these splits. Just because we went through one reverse split, if you went through 3 reverse splits, there's no rule that says that eventually when shorts start covering and this thing goes parabolic, that the opposite will kick in. They can say, okay, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to do a 10-to-1 forward split, all of that. So I don't know.
Yeah, definitely.
DJT's True Social stocks up 19.34%. I think they're covering their shorts. I think they're doing it slowly and methodically, so as to not light off his ticker on a. But I think that's what we're seeing. They know the big man's coming to the White House. They know that his power is going to be increased tenfold on Inauguration Day. I think they fucked him around. The same people who fucked us around with naked shorting and all the other stuff. I think they did that in an effort to try to kill his little True Social. They got him banned from Twitter, and then they went and started True Social so they'd have a place for him to speak. And they thought, well, we'll just fucking kill that in the cradle. They tried to kill it in the infancy, and so for whatever reason, I'm quite certain they shorted it to hell and back. And I think what we've seen here recently since he won the election, and more importantly, when the failure to arrest him and all this other ignorant shit, once the realization is kicked in that he is going to be the big swinging dick, they're like, well, we got to start covering and getting out of this before it. So I think that's what we're seeing there. I could be wrong, but it's logical.
Yeah, that might be just the case of what's happening. Must be fun for them, trying to basically fix an engine while the plane is flying.
Yeah,
that must be feeling like that, I guess. They dug themselves in such a hole that I'd pay to be like a fly on a wall in those rooms there.
Man, I would too. I'd love to hear some of those conversations. That's what they do sometimes. They'll stick some of the shitty ones with the good ones, try to bait the hook.
It's all right. Oh, they're buddies then. Yep.
He said, imagine still listening to a flip-flopping magic carpet that Randall got. That's my thing, Mac and Bees. I'd rather be wrong. There's no shame in being wrong. Just admit it. I'd rather be wrong to be known as a flip-flopper. At least a guy who's wrong can leave with some integrity. He's got his fucking self-respect and say, listen, I made my decision. I stuck with it. And I was wrong. It happened. But all that shit of going whichever way the wind blows, I got no respect for that shit.
Yeah, Magnet Bees. I also don't know who that Randall is.
I've heard the name, but I've never watched any of his content or anything. One of these self-professed gurus, I guess. The internet was replete with them. That was one of my biggest things from the beginning of this. It seemed like there was no shortage of young people who are relatively unaccomplished. They really don't have any kind of really practical life experiences. They never, to my knowledge, run any kind of successful businesses or made any sort of big plays throughout their life that would give them some sort of gravitas or bona fides that they were, could speak with authority on these topics. But it didn't slow them down. And what they were good at, though, was running websites and running podcasts. They were good at that. And that's all it took.
I mean, you have a lot of people out there who just want to kind of hear that they did good, that they invested what they invested, and others are doing the same, and get people to watch for a long enough period of time that you can start to kind of, change the narrative and convince them of something else. And
it's just funny because the common name is an influencer. And that would imply that somehow or another they're influencing people. I'm like, then that begs the question, why the hell would you be influenced by some young, relatively unaccomplished person? What do they have? What about them and where they're currently at in life would make you say, ooh, here's a person that I should look to for influence?
Yeah.
It's a puzzle to me.
I think it's, well, how to put it? Off the, like the young people say, off the dome, like off the top of my head. I think it's the simplicity of, in a way, being told what to think, right? Because
some people want to be told what to do, so that it relieves them of responsibility.
Maybe it's not even that they want it. Maybe even it is just the comfort or the laziness, even, right? Because to have your own thought, it means to kind of sit on your own and meditate and be with your own thoughts, which is already something very hard for people to do. To be with their own thoughts in a room or in a garden or in a forest by themselves with their thoughts. That's it. No music, no screens, no nothing. That's already
just
something
reflect.
hard. Yeah, just reflect. because they might be afraid of what they find, right?
Exactly. Yep.
And-
I couldn't agree more.
And that's the thing. That's where you make your own thoughts. That's where you think, okay, why do I react the way I react to certain stimuli, for example, right? And that can help you understand why you're attracted to certain, even, we can look at movies, music, substances, whatever, right? You can try to understand yourself, why you're reacting the way you're reacting and how things are going. But it's easy because nowadays and myself included, 'cause I also have a phone and I'm looking at that screen way too long if I think about it. It's easy to be distracted. You're just looking at a screen. The boredom, let's say, flies away or whatever. And even if it's it depends. Different people use it for different things. But you're looking at people. You're looking at what's fashionable. And you think that's what life is, and you see, these people that, in a way, it's an art, to make very short videos, because there's a lot of long format podcasts which take time, but you also have a lot of these so-called influencers who made it an art to make short movies or videos or whatever, and make it funny or make it interesting for a certain audience. And then they can push different thoughts, they can push different behaviors, and they get sponsorships, so they can push different products. And by getting sponsorships, they're basically encouraged to do more of what they were already doing, right?
Right.
And it's in a way it's sad, to see what this world is in a way turning into, because it's very simple for people to see bad behaviors on TikTok or on whatever, maybe even on X, on Facebook, whatever platform you're using, right? It's very easy to see these bad behaviors, but just because the people in the background of that video are laughing at it, or the people in the comments or the number of likes make it look as if it's something accepted or it's fun to do, and you decide to do it on your own and whatever. Like, if the way I'm thinking at it, I'm looking at those things, and from time to time, and it's mostly for me things that either come through me through X, or they reach 9gag, because that's a platform I'm kind of using for funny stuff. I'm not on TikTok, and I'm not planning to be. But I'm looking at those people. It's like, would I ever employ those people? Would I ever work with them? Would I ever want to sit down and have a beer or have a conversation? And unfortunately, a lot of times the answer is probably not.
And that says a lot.
Yeah. Because pirate, and I'm sure you've been there. Over here in Poland, I don't have a lot of friends, and it helps me that I'm okay with my thoughts, and I'm okay to be kind of away from friends and just have my wife and kids, and that's about it, and that's enough. But you probably know how it is. You can be with your brothers, and by brothers I mean close friends, and you can have a beer and not say anything for even half an hour, and you're okay because you're can sit there in silence. I don't think the youth today could handle such a thing. Just to be there in silence, you're enjoying a beer. You don't need to to fill the void, to fill the gap. I see this also on Discord. There's from time to time where we're, let's say, playing some games or whatever, and it happened to me that I was sitting in a room with 4, 5, 6 people, and even an hour would go by and nobody would say a word. But then you would, from time to time, we would have someone young. It's like, what? Why is it so quiet? Are you guys hearing me? Or what's happening? Why nobody's saying anything? And it's like, they can't handle just sitting there, just.
Yeah. There's this need for constant stimuli.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I don't. I would, as a few years back, many years back, being young and still enjoying some games, I was thinking maybe I'll try to stream a bit and see if that catches on or anything. And in a way, I'm happy it didn't. I wouldn't want to be trapped in any way to be a streamer in today's world where what catches on is really, I don't know, let's say not quality of intellect or quality of thought. It's just sensationalism and doing stupid shit, basically.
Right. Extremisms for extreme's sake. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so it's actually wanting to get a quick snap at DJT. Nice. So anyone who got into it this morning is a happy camper.
Yep.
What's up, team? How are we doing?
Hey, sloppy.
I've been kind of out of it here lately. Anything happening today?
No, further collapse in the price down to 356 not too long ago.
No, I saw that. I did put in a limit order for that. Maybe it's just in my head, wishful thinking, but I just feel like I just feel different. I don't know. It feels spicy for some reason. Did you end up picking you up any more GameStop, or you just let it ride? What you got?
I still have my little limit order for 6 shares at $30.48 because that's mathematically that leaves me with 1 penny in my account. So I could pick one up at 31 or 30 or something, but then it would leave me. I'd rather have 6 shares than 5, so I've just kind of turned it into a game. But to answer your question, no, I haven't had that order filled. I've been sitting on it for a week, 2 weeks now.
Yeah, but you never know. It may drop down and fill real quick. So nothing wrong with that.
Well, Preacher said the Max Payne's been reduced to, I think he said $27.50 or some shit for Friday.
24.
24. So if it closes above Max Payne and hits 20, 6, 7, 8, or 9, I mean, I should get my fill at 30.48. So I'm being patient. We'll see. What's got my there's no intraday low for AMC. What's got my curiosity though right now is AMC, because we stayed at that 5 level so long, and I said that we would see an ugly fucking downturn before we started north again, and it's a little early for me to start celebrating, but I think that's what we're seeing. I think they're just doing it really slow. I don't know.
Yeah, so another day low for AMC, 355.
I still have a number of 338 in my head. It's I don't know why. Just habit, I guess, because I've been regurgitating it for so long. But
I was gonna say, and there's no news for this downtrend, right? Nothing's come out.
Nope.
That's what's weird.
Well, it's weird because for the past weeks, if not months, Mondays and Tuesdays have been these little false run-ups, these head fakes. I call putting the cheese on the mousetrap to get people to sucker into the options market. And then they would rug pull it Thursday and Friday.
Yeah.
We're not seeing that now. Seeing the opposite. Make of that what you will.
I was gonna say the volume is dropping now, and it's still downtrending, so kind of bullish in a way.
I think it's funny. I just looked at the market cap. It's 1.4 billion, and obviously they don't have a possible updated share count. Who knows what's supposedly out there? But that's still absolutely insane. 1.4 billion.
DJT is up 22%, 22 and a quarter to be exact. Big volume bump for AMC.
Well, I do hope they keep it there until I manage to get some as well. That price.
The demolition portion of my new swimming pool was $20,000. Right now I'm about 95% done with it, and I've got about $2,000 in it. I killed it on that portion.
Look, I mean, it's hard work, and if you manage to do it by yourself,
yeah. Well, the $2,000 that I've got in it, really, most of that flowed to my 2 adult children because I refused to let them work for free for the type of work it was.
Yep.
Really, so the money stayed in the family. All I've got in it right now is about $400 for the jackhammer rental and a couple of dump fees. But so, yep, we're making it work here. I'm quickly approaching the point where I've done all I can do, though, to turn it over to the contractor, and after that, that'll be the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Colin. Yeah, she told the swimming pool contractor, she's like, you can take and draw a line through that $20,000. He's like, what do you mean? It's all got to come out. She's like, yeah, we'll do that. He's like, you're kidding, right? Like, no. He's like most people wouldn't do that. She's like, yeah, we're not most people.
Yeah, I mean, look, Pirate, the American dream, the hustler mentality works because people prefer comfort, and they're willing to pay. That's why. That's why
I said it better myself.
I was telling you here that wouldn't work. Everybody washes their own car. They mow their own lawn. Right. They do their own job. Yeah. That wouldn't work here, right? But over there, yeah. So I can fully imagine why they were surprised. Because what do you mean you're gonna do it yourself?
Yeah. Exactly.
Which is good. Like if I were to live there or to move there, I know I can make it work. I know.
You'd fucking kill it, man. You could fucking work and be your oyster. I'm telling you right now, if a guy was young and didn't have any real opportunities, I'm talking about good opportunities, and he was willing to migrate, the opportunities because of this fire out in California it's going to be 20 years worth of work. A man could spend the rest of his life out there working around the recovery efforts. This isn't like 10 or 12 houses got decimated. I mean, I can't express enough. I mean, there's two ways of looking at anything. Same things are tragic, but in tragedy, there's always opportunity. Always been that way through the Great Depression, World War I, World War II. There's always going to be people who rise to the occasion and get in there because of the wholesale change. Anytime you have that much of an event of that scale, opportunities are going to pop up because of need. Opportunities are always tied to need, whether it's a housing, somebody needs a place to sleep out of the rain, whatever. It's always about need. And anytime you have an entire city burned to the ground, literally burned to the fucking sidewalks, there's going to be an opportunity there for hardworking, enterprising people. And I'm not talking about just taking a job, driving a truck for somebody. I'm talking about people who are willing to hang out their own shingle and say, this is my chance. I'm going to fucking go into business. You could buy a fucking food truck and drive around from community to community and just sell sandwiches to all the crews that are working and probably make fucking $600 a day.
Mm-hmm.
For years. I'm not talking about for a month, for fucking years. Exactly. Johnson B Street says people need to learn to swing a hammer. There are shortages. I'm telling you, Johnson, I went on a Twitter rant the other night. I was a little gummied up, but sometimes my gummied up helps me relax and write better. But anybody who's willing to go into the trades, if they're young, I said right now, if you're one of those people who feel like your job may be at risk because you might be replaced by a robot, like you work at an Amazon fulfillment center or you drive any of those things, if you're willing to maybe retrain yourself and learn any of the skills, I'm not talking about learning enough to become a general contractor and be all things. I'm just saying learn how to be a bricklayer or a concrete mason or do demolition, any of those things that require a little bit of blood and sweat, you could write your own ticket. I mean, I'm telling you, man, there's going to be a ton of money change hands. There's no way around it. Fucking landscapers, construction, plumbers, roofers, people who just deliver appliances. There's going to be, it was hard. We struggle. We have a modest fleet. We've only got 7 rentals, and it's a fucking nightmare to get a refrigerator or stove delivered. That's why I went and bought a trailer and I just started schlepping my own shit. You think about what has to happen for entire communities to be rebuilt, and it's a Herculean effort, man. And it's going to be like a gold rush where, you're going to see, once all the smoke is done and the fires are out, not to mention the fact that you think they've learned about forestry management. I guarantee you there are going to be fortunes poured into it now. The people will demand it. So the guys out there who have the bush hogs that can mow between trees, they have a machine, a little skid steer machine that has a hammer mill on the front of it that essentially renders anything it runs into wood mulch. It's a really cool little fucking machine. I almost bought one for our company years ago. But you can drive it around, and it's just like this. It's like a rototiller on steroids, but instead of just stirring up the soil, it mulches up stumps, tree limbs, wood, and everything, and it leaves a nice little beautiful bed of wood chips behind it. Those machines cost like 80 grand, 75 to 80,000, but they finance them. The dealerships will finance those if people got good credit. All you need is one of those fucking machines and a pickup truck, and you're in business. You can put out a contract, get yourself a little liability insurance. The contracts for brush removal are going to be like apples to be picked off of trees out there. You fucking name it, man. Unfortunately, we live in a world where almost everyone wants to get rich developing video games. Everybody thinks they're going to be the next Mr. Beast. They're going to come up with the next cool website. It's going to get 1 million hits a day, and they're going to get advertisers are going to pour in, and everybody's going to be an OnlyFans superstar. And meanwhile, there's a fortune to be had. Literally a fucking fortune to be had in doing real work.
That's the difficult part, the real work.
Well, and what people fail to realize, Preacher, is you don't even have to be the guy doing the real work. If I buy the machine and the truck and I get the contract to mow around, I don't know, all the fucking the hillsides and shit, it doesn't mean I got to drive it. You can find, there's people out there who don't want to own a business. They just want a job to show up at for $20 an hour.
Yeah.
So more often than not, you can do it yourself until you get well established. But if you structure it right, when it's all said and done, you should be able to sit at home while somebody drives that little machine around and does all that. That's the beauty of the goal of any entrepreneur should be his first employee.
Yeah.
Because once you get the first one, you realize how the nature of the game, you realize how the game is really won. And then once you see proof of concept, then after that, it's just a matter of how quickly you can grow. Sometimes you got to be careful you don't grow too fast.
Yeah, that's true. And you just need to find basically a place, like a work that has space, and there's a need. It doesn't have to be the highest of niches, right? Like the thing that nobody figured out, and you have to be the first one to ever figure it out. Doesn't need to be that thing. And
there's always room for another little piggy to get to the hog shop. I knew a friend who bought a old UPS truck, a used up UPS truck, and then he put a gutter machine in it. It was a little tiny machine he bought for 10 grand, and it made rain gutters. And you put a metal coil on it, the stock of metal, and then it forms the gutter out. So if you needed a 40-foot section of gutter for the back of the house, he would measure 40 feet and then turn the machine on. It would spit out a 40-foot piece of gutter. He would cut it off, and then him and a helper would go up 2 ladders and bolt it to and the fucking guy was making $1,000 to $2,000 a day after he paid his helper with a fucking one truck and a set of tools. And all this guy did was brand new construction. He didn't do repair work. He didn't go to your house. He got hooked up with a couple builders who built brand new homes, and he would do rain gutters. When roofers don't do rain gutters. They do a roof. And when the roof was done, they would call him up, and he could do a house in 2 days. A small house he could do in one fucking day. And they were fucking killing it.
That's what I used to do on the side with my dad. Like, he knew how to do this thing, but manually. Like, he had a few tools, but it was all done by hand. And basically, we had the basement, in the basement of our building, we had a small, let's say, room. You could call it even that. And, he would get the jobs. We would do this after he would finish work. We would, he would get the jobs, take the measurements. We would make all those, all the gutters and go with them on site and then install them there. Of course, I got jack shit for the work that I was putting in, as I was free labor. But yeah, I know how it is. And if you have a way to do it by a machine, that's even better.
Johnson Buy and Hold said he's hiring short-term rental cleaners for beach cleans. Come holler for the money. There's a scam that I just found out about. Not a scam. I shouldn't say that because that connotates something nefarious. There's a side hustle going on in this part of Florida. My son discovered it through his Uber Eats and delivering food. If people are renting a beachfront house for like 10 days or a week, they don't want to go grocery shopping. So what the thing is now is the Airbnb owners set them up with somebody like my son, and my son goes to Walmart and shops and does all their grocery shopping for them. And here's where it's different than your normal Spark or whatever they call it from Walmart. He doesn't just take it to the door and ring the doorbell because there's nobody there yet. So they have access to these Airbnb rentals. They let themselves in and they put the shit right in the refrigerator and in the cabinets, and they're getting paid for it, getting paid really well for it, so that when a man and his family shows up for their 5 days of heaven on the beach, they don't have to spend 3 hours at a grocery store. It's already there for them. And then of course, it's well paid for and everything. Some of these guys said that they've even enhanced their hustle, where not only did they would buy like all the groceries that were ordered for the people, but they would leave like 4 cheap koozies and maybe some, maybe like 2 coloring books and sticker books for the kids, just as a little gift. And people were just tipping them. They're giving crazy tips to these guys because it's a once a year thing. These guys have busted their ass in Atlanta, Georgia all year long. He wants to take his family to the beach. He wants to have a great time for 5 days. They don't want to go stumble around through Walmart. So, you can find a little hustle like that, and you can do well, man. But it all comes down to do something that somebody else doesn't want to do.
Yeah. And you mentioned there on the part that I actually wanted to get to with this job, it's you need to care a bit, right? Like you said about the coloring books and stuff. You do need to show a bit of something. And like one of the let's say so-called hustles that I've seen that work a lot is detailing trucks, right? So you go and detail cars, but if you kind of have to like it, right? So if you like it, you're gonna go and do an amazing job, and before you know it, you need to hire a guy, to get, because you're gonna have too much work. If you do good work and people see it, they're gonna speak out, and you're gonna have too many customers, and you can grow it slowly and get to the point where all you're doing is you're managing the contracts, like the calls, you're sending people over, you're organizing their day, buying supplies,
making sure that you got plenty of soap and rags and car wax and all that.
Exactly. Controlling on the quality, make sure you don't. That's a big one, because you can easily go up, grow, and then it's like, oh, it's so great, and just rest on your laurels. But you need to keep an eye on the quality. Like, am I slipping somewhere? Is the guy slacking off or whatever? That's a big one. But yeah, it's possible over there. I've seen, because I was looking at different channels, especially, about cars, about detailing. I'm quite interested in that. So yeah, it's really nice to see.
Well, hey, I wouldn't let you guys know I got my fill. I got another 500.
Damn, nice.
I'm gonna ban you from over here. I don't know. I don't know who you are, but I'm coming God damn. Nice, Quack. Nice.
I had a 353.
I'll bet that went a long ways towards your dollar cost average. Your cost basis came down, didn't it?
Oh yeah, I've been slowly chomping away at it, right?
Yep. That is the way, man.
It was a lot better when it was down to 2, but it's little nibbles.
Mm-hmm. Mm. 353. Oh, we even reached 352.
Yeah, I showed 352 on Thinkorswim.
Because we're getting close to
Five
the end.
5 minutes ago. Back to 354 now, but
The lowest was
GameStop's falling on increasing volume. It just hit 31.19, but the volume spiking dramatically.
Nice to go for a run after hours.
I don't know. I do enjoy seeing the chat, and basically hedges are probably like, short it, let's scare them off. It's, we need to, and then everybody here is actually buying and buying and buying.
All right.
Oh my god.
I bought today.
Good for you, audio.
Nice.
Or
nice.
Quack. Five minutes left. Well, I'm not going to get my 6 shares today. I guess I can change it to after hours, though. I keep forgetting to do that. I need to go back in now and maybe after hours it'll come my way.
Projects are also bought today. BNS says that's because we're crazy motherfuckers. No, I don't think that's it. I think the hedgies are crazy mofos. They, like, if you think about it, that's literally the definition of insanity, what they're doing. They're doing the same thing over and over again, expecting us to behave differently. Right? They're shorting it and hoping that we're gonna start selling after 4 years. All of a sudden we're gonna start selling because of what? Price going down on no news, no fundamentals, no nothing. Nice, Richard. Yeah, I remember you mentioning your position as well. Happy to see.
Take care, B Streets.
Yeah, take care. Yeah, no, BNS, I totally get it, what you meant. I know you didn't mean it literally that we're crazy. Yeah, it made me think of the hedgies and what they're doing, and with them I think you can actually say that they are crazy to keep on doing the same thing.
Somebody posted a video and I robbed it. I robbed shoulder material from X and I reposted it on my general Discord general, but it was I think it was put out by Boss Blunts or the Butcher of Wall Street or one of them, but it was basically something off of like CNN or one of the Netflix specials, but it was really about the 1929 stock market crash. It's 16 minutes long. And I'd encourage you guys to seek it out. If you don't find it on my Discord, find it somewhere. But it's really interesting. It was done for like I said, Netflix or MSNBC or something. And you can tell it's really well constructed, and it's an easy listen. But it's terrifying how many similarities that we have today that are the exact same scenario that we had in 1929 before the stock market crash.
Just for the closer, they keep pushing us down. AMC to 351, 3105 on GME. Looks like something like this smells like desperation. It smells like something's brewing. $350. Okay.
There's the closing bell.
Yeah,
3103.
Low of the day just at the close. So for AMC, GME closed what, 3102, I think. Yeah, no, 3103 on the close for GME. Yeah, both AMC and GME small rebound after close. Yeah, okay, so well, we'll see what tomorrow brings. So thank you guys for sticking around. It's been, sorry for not being around for a big chunk of the day, but yeah, hope tomorrow it's going to be a bit better. Okay, so let me try to play out the exit song. So
From sap to strength in nature's art, rubber forms a resilient part. From trees it flows through skillful hands, crafted strong for life's demands. It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown. 4 years of battles, a fight so near. Two foes collide, the end is clear. In shadows cast, they forge their plans. Now victory's within our hands. It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life, we've had enough. Through the highs and lows, we won't back down. In this endless fight, we wear the crown. Triumphant apes, they rise and shine. Ruling markets, a sign of the times. Bulls and bears, they step aside. In this kingdom now, the apes reside. It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life, we've had enough. Through the highs and lows, we won't back down. In this endless fight, we wear the crown. Through the nights and days,
That says, what would you recommend that we listen to?
fight.
It's on my Discord general. You go to Pirate Born 202 years too late in Discord. It is,
Together we stand through thick
you'll see the length. I'll always put the shit in there when I get high for videos, funny shit. But it's a link, and I think it's from Boss Blunt or it's the Virtual Wall Street or whatever. But it's a link about the stock market crash of 1929. I'll go and put something behind it so you can see. I'll at you, Break Nation. I'll go there right now.
And with that, we're gonna close the stream. So same time, same place tomorrow. Hope to see you guys soon. Take care, all.